Good morning, Your Honor.
You swear affirm testimony given to the court that you hold
I do.
and have speak against the United States alien.
Detective Jerryian Shepard, JARIONSHEPHARD.
Judge, is it okay that I won't go through the whole sorry. Detective Shepard, I just mainly want to talk to you about the videos that you received in this particular case.
Yes.
Do you recall how many videos you received from how many different locations?
From the BP gas station, from an All-American Package store, and the warehouse, the 100 University, the Teague properties.
In your review of the video footage, did you observe an individual that you believe to be a suspect in the homicide of Secoriea Turner?
I did.
And what exactly did you observe about that person that you believe to be involved in the murder of Secoriea?
He had very unique, distinctive clothes, red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jean pants. He had a strap-on satchel around his side, and he had an AR-15 that was hanging off his waist.
Was there something particular about, anything else particular about that defendant?
Yes, he had a bandana on. He had dreadlocks, a twist type in his hair.
After observing that, did you do anything with the video that you received from the BP, the warehouse, and the All-American liquor store to identify that person that you believe to be the shooter in this case?
Yes, I was able to view all angles from each camera, and I was able to track the defendant's movements.
How were you able to track? I'm gonna say, how were you able to track the person you believe to be the shooter's movement?
Through his distinctive clothing and the things he was wearing.
Did you do anything in regards to taking screenshots of what you observed in that video?
Correct.
And did you do anything to indicate the person that you believe to be the shooter and that wore that distinctive clothing that you just mentioned?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a bulletin because from that video I was able to observe a MARTA bus that pulled up to the intersection. I was familiar with MARTA buses, and I know they have cameras. I also pulled cameras from the MARTA bus that pulled up, and I was able to get close-up screenshots of my suspect, and from that I made what we call bulletins or bolos.
Outside of making the bulletins and bolos, did you do any pictures in regards to the individual that you observed wearing that distinctive clothing from the MARTA station, from the BP, and from the American liquor store?
Yes.
What did you do?
I got screenshots, and I put them all in the case file with the videos.
Did you put markings on those screenshots?
Yes, I made circles around my suspect and his movements throughout the videos.
And was that from different time points from BP, All-American liquor store, and the warehouse?
Correct.
And did you provide that to the DA's office?
I did.
And were there specific times in which you were focused on in regards to the suspect?
Yes, the times at the barricade, the times that the Secoriea Turner's Jeep drove through, and of course afterwards.
Were you able to determine if it was 8 o'clock when those things were happening, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? Did you have a time frame that you were looking at specifically?
I did. I would say a good safe time frame would be, let's say, 9:20 to 9:50.
And did you take vantage points from each of those areas that we talked about during that time period?
Correct.
Let me ask you, did you have some victims also in the case besides Secoriea Turner?
Yes, I had 2 more victims that tried to go through the barricade roughly 4 minutes before Secoriea and her Jeep drove through.
And this video footage that you recovered and retrieved, did you observe those individuals and that aggravated assault on them?
I did.
Did you notice the suspect that you had seen from the MARTA station with the red clothing, red shirt, white lettering, light blue jeans, I think you said the light satchel, black do-rag, and did he have a weapon on?
Yes, he had the AR-15 style rifle. It was like a holster that was hanging from the side.
And what did you observe in regards to those 2 individuals in front of the American liquor store?
So I observed my suspect and the other suspect pointing rifles at the other 2 victims.
Wearing that same clothing?
Correct.
And did you do the same thing with screenshots of that particular incident that you saw in the video?
Yes, screenshots and also circles.
Which video did you utilize in order to make those screenshots and circles?
All of them.
And what did you circle in regards to the aggravated assault?
I tracked the movements
Of who?
of my suspects.
How many suspects did you have in regards to that aggravated assault involving, what were your victims' names?
Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord.
How many suspects were you tracking in regards to that aggravated assault against them?
That particular aggravated assault, there was 3 suspects. 2 of them I was able to identify.
What about how many? There were 3?
Yes, there was a 3rd male with a weapon. I was never able to identify him.
And you still printed those pictures and did the same circles?
Correct.
And did all of those screenshots come from the raw footage that you had received from the BP, the All-American Liquor Store, and the warehouse?
Yes, everything came from the raw footage.
Besides putting circles on it, did you do anything to alter, delete, or change or manipulate that raw footage?
No.
And at some point, did the state provide you with a compilation of those videos that you had received and you had went over and made those circles on?
Yes.
Can you kind of explain to the court what that compilation comprises of?
So the compilation comprised of all the videos, placed all the videos together like a puzzle, and it shows different vantage points from each camera angle. And it did the same thing that I had, which circled each defendant in their movements.
And if you could play, and did you do, was there a compilation in regards to the shooting of Secoriea Turner?
Yes.
Was there a compilation in regards to the aggravated assault against the employee?
Yes.
Okay. Look at the screen. What particular video are we looking at in this compilation?
So we have 4 different angles. 3 of the angles are coming from the liquor store parking lot. 1 angle, the bottom right, is coming from the BP, which is located across the street.
And what,
For purposes of the record, will you just refer to which square you're looking at, like top left, top right?
Yes, ma'am.
That'll be helpful. Okay, will you answer that again, but do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to answer it?
yes,
Okay, so the bottom right is going to be the BP vantage point, and the top 2 and the one to the far left bottom, they're all coming from the American Package Store.
and what is the time of these videos? 1, 2, 3, and 4.
21, 38 hours. Oh, I'm sorry.
Everything's fine. They're just going to cool off the courtroom for you guys.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Everything's fine. They're just going to try to cool off the courtroom for you guys. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You must be a mind reader.
And I think the last question I asked you is what is the timestamp for each one of these vantage points of these videos?
21, 38 hours.
Do you know, I'm sorry, the top left, what vantage point is that? I'm sorry.
So the top left is the corner, you can say it's the south or the northwest corner of the American Package Store. The bottom left is going to be the furthest one from there, also the American Package Store, and the top right is going to be from the same angle on that corner as the top left, but just a different angle.
The portions that we're looking at, has there been any changes to that raw footage that was received besides just putting all of them together like a puzzle?
No, this is the exact footage that I have.
What are we looking at right now?
We're seeing Jerryian McKinney carrying his AR-15 style rifle.
Are you, in regards to this compilation, which incident is this compilation in regards to?
This is right before the McCords drove through the barricade.
And is that the circle that you put on Mr. McKinney to track him?
Correct. And the green circle is going to be the McCords driving into the frame.
What's just happening right now in the video?
This is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord, exiting their vehicle.
And on that bottom left side,
The bottom right side is the red and the yellow circle. You see Jerryian McKinney and Julian Conley coming
at
into
that time,
frame.
did you know their names?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying them?
Just from the their actions that they committed, and of course they committed the aggravated assault.
What about anything else did you see from the MARTA bus video that you were able to see in this video in regards to those two suspects?
Yeah, so Julian Conley, when the MARTA bus was turned around, he walked up right into the camera. I was able to get a good screenshot of him. Jerryian McKinney on a different video walked in front of another camera. I was able to get a good shot of him.
And when you circled this, was that in regards to anything, their clothing?
Yeah, so their clothing sticks out. Jerryian McKinney has a white T-shirt on, or dark colored jeans. And of course, Julian Conley with his distinctive clothes on, red shirt, blue jeans, and his rifle that's hanging from his side, and his satchel.
How many hours of footage did you look at?
It's hard to say hours. It was a lot. I mean, I would say a few dozen hours just going through each frame.
Did you see anybody else that had those distinctive clothing that you just talked about? Red shirt, white lettering, light jeans, black do-rag, black satchel, AR-15.
No, Julian Conley actually made it very easy to track him because he was the only one wearing those clothes.
And can you just pause it 1 second? Right here, has there been any alterations or deletions to the video footage that you received?
No, this is the exact footage that I received.
Is it zoomed in on one of those particular cameras?
Yes, it's zoomed in on the McCords, and of course the bottom right frame is pretty much the same.
But it doesn't change what was in the video when you got it.
Nothing's changed.
It's just a closer look at it.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, can you go back, Mr. Bynum? What are we looking at right here?
So after the exchange in words from the McCords and the males at the barricade, particularly Julian Conley, they decided to get in their vehicle and drive away. Julian Conley and Jerryian McKinney walk up to the parking lot aggressively, pointing their firearms at the McCords as they were driving away.
At that time, did you know the names of these defendants?
No, not at that time.
So when you were making your circles, why were you making those circles?
Because they were the ones that were being aggressive, and they were the ones to commit an aggravated assault against the McCords.
Were they your suspects, your persons of interest?
Correct.
Who was that up in the, where it says outside camera, where we just zoomed in on?
The top left, I'm not sure. I wasn't able to identify that male.
Who's that in the yellow circle?
That's Jerryian McKinney.
And that's at 3925,
Yes, ma'am.
93925.
And who is now in the surrounding?
That's Julian Conley.
Do you see that? Do you see that third gunman that you talked about earlier?
Yes, he's up at the top left frame. He has the white tank top on.
Is that the person you said you were never able to get a good idea of?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, pause. Is the defendant wearing that distinct clothing that we've been talking about?
Julian Conley, yes. He's clear in the bottom right-hand corner with the red circle.
What is he doing?
Right now, he just got through pointing his firearm at the McCords and walking back towards the barricade.
Did you catch a glimpse of that white lettering?
I did.
And is that circled in the top right corner for you?
So for me, it's the top left-hand corner, the red circle. And now they're walking back towards the barricade.
What's happening now?
Julian Conley is giving directions to the other males. Just from his mannerisms, it appeared to me that he was more in control of the barricades, the blockade.
And what does he do? Pause. What happens after directions are given? First of all, who's he giving directions to?
Jerryian McKinney.
And then what does Jerryian McKinney do?
He continues to look for the McCords.
Yeah, is there anything else that's in this compilation at all, Detective Shepard, in regards to the aggravated assault against the McCords?
No, not in this video. It's almost over.
Stop it for a second. Who's that circled in the top, yellow?
That's Jerryian McKinney.
Which direction is he heading?
He's going the opposite direction of the barricade.
Is that over there where the BP station is?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that area over there?
I am.
You know what a cut through is?
Yes.
Is there a cut through over there by the BP?
Yes.
Where does that lead you to?
That leads to the plaza next door to the BP.
That is it as to that compilation.
Okay.
And Detective Shepard, is this a continuation of us watching McKinney walk off from that previous compilation?
Yes, it's on the.
All right, try not to lead.
What are we looking at?
This is the backside, and it's showing McKinney walk off.
I was just trying to speed this along, Judge, because we got the jury ready. What are we looking at now?
All right, so we're looking at the top three frames. The bottom right frames will start with the BP. The bottom left frame is going to be the package store. The top two frames are going to be from the 100 University, which is going to be the warehouse.
Do you know what the timestamps of this particular incident is?
Yes, it's going to be 09:45 hours, 9:45.
And do you do the same thing, right now? Is that the same circle that you had created in the previous?
Correct.
Video
That's
that we observed, and who is that you circled?
Julian Conley.
Are you able to see the distinctive color clothing that you indicated previously?
I am.
And is it as vibrant as it is in the other videos?
Not as vibrant, but also when he's moving around, you see the AR-15 just moving around. When you do it frame by frame and pause it, and when he gets in a certain light, you can definitely see it.
In that lighting, is that color or black and white?
Because of
I'm sorry, I mean,
the top left.
top left, yes.
Yeah, because of the bright lights in the background, it's coming off like it's like a black and a gray scale.
Okay.
The bottom left is in black and white or gray.
Can you pause it? Are you, I think I just missed it because this. Are you able to see the white lettering that you described earlier
In the top left,
in the top left? Yes.
not from this one.
What about,
On the bottom two frames, it's picking up from the bottom right frame. I start with the BP. This is him walking from the barricade. The bottom left frame, this is the camera from the package store, and you see him walking from the other side of the street. And of course, the top right frame is going to be from the distance. In the bottom right frame, you can see the white lettering in the red shirt and the jeans. And also on the bottom left frame as he's walking back.
and right here at the top, your top left, are you able to see where, your suspect of interest was?
Yes,
How are you able to notice that that is him?
because I'm able to track him from the other views of the camera, and I never lose sight of him. And I see him step behind this tree, but I never take my eye off him, and able to do that because I'm able to see from each vantage point on the cameras.
What's happening right now?
He is coming into frame with his AR-15 raised up.
Pause. What car is that?
That's going to be Secoriea Turner's Jeep.
Is that the car Secoriea was seated in
Correct.
when she got shot?
Correct.
And you said he had what?
An AR-15 style rifle. And that's when you see him pretty much shoot the car as it's passing and fire 2 more rounds as the vehicle's driving away.
Okay. What's that?
That's going to be muzzle flash from his AR-15.
Oh, let's keep positive. Where is he standing? What's his location in reference to the car?
He's standing on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And as the car passes, does he remain on the driver's side?
Correct. And as the vehicle passes, he fires 2 more rounds into the back of the vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the top, in any angle that you can see best, do you see someone being hit by that Jeep coming through?
Nobody was hit.
Do you see anybody fall on the ground?
Nobody fell on the ground.
Do you see anybody get up, the person down on the ground and start shooting?
No.
Are you able to continue to track Mr. Conley at
Cor-
this point?
Yes, even in the both frame, top left and right frame, you're able to track him walking away.
What are we looking at now?
It's the close-up version of that top left frame, and
That same raw footage just zoomed in on?
correct, same exact footage.
So like when you have your crime scene techs go, they take a over range.
They do the overalls, and then the overall of the crime scene, they do close-ups and everything.
So overall, do they do a mid-range
Yes,
and then a close-up?
correct.
Why do you do that?
Because you need a good vantage point from and what you're looking at. So if you're looking at a piece of evidence, it's good to have an overall to look at an overall placement of that evidence, and of course, a mid-range, so you can get a better perspective of where everything is.
And let me ask you, Detective Shepard, when you're looking at these videos, how are you looking at them? Are you watching them in real-time speed?
Both real-time speed, also pause it. I look at it, I dissect it every kind of way I can.
Do you know what frame by frame is?
Yes.
Did you do that in regards to these videos?
Yes, I did.
To each one of them?
Yes. And here you see Julian Conley firing multiple times at the Jeep.
It says flash there. Did you put the flash where it says flash?
Yes, that's to document the muzzle flash.
What are we seeing here in this compilation?
You see the Jeep taking the route back to Atlanta Medical Center. We're going to Atlanta Medical Center trying to get Secoriea some help.
Can you go back to the first one? The shooting. But if you can fast forward to where it's just that one scene. Never mind, don't worry about it. Play the next one. I forget my jewelry.
This is going to be video from the MARTA bus.
What are these words and letterings?
Yes,
for?
white, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, and of course his light colored jeans. Very
Is that
distinctive.
Wording that you use in order to document the description and the clothing of your suspect?
Correct. And of course here we have the black satchel and the AR-15 hanging from it.
Earlier you talked about the clear view. Is this the clearest view that you got of the defendant?
Yes, it was an excellent view of him. Of course you see his do-rag and his dreads twisted he had. And you can see the hair twist coming from his do-rag.
Now what vantage point are we looking at now?
We're back at the package store, that back northwest corner, northeast corner, and you see him approaching the McCords with his rifle raised. Now you see the colors, you see the satchel, you see his clothes, very distinctive. And he's walking back towards the barricades with his do-rag and his hair hanging out from the side. And this is him, of course, giving orders again to the other males. And now we're looking at the McCords. Close-up view of Julian. At that moment, I thought he was going to fire the weapon, so I was.
All right, so can we pause for 1 second for objection? We are here
Here,
because
pause.
the judge asked to proffer whether or not we can determine if this person can lay the foundation to play this video. All we have had is literally the state asking hearsay question and the witness giving speculative, I believe he's going to do this. We're not here for that. Can we just leave the commentary of speculation and the hearsay aside? Can we just get to the actual point of why we're proffering this video, please? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, you can continue as you have. I understand the objection to the last question, but you can keep going forward as you
Thank you,
have.
Judge.
This is him walking around. Seems like he's giving orders to the other males.
Okay, without adding the extra information that you,
This
Yes,
is what you
ma'am.
see.
Yes, I got you. All right.
Oh, can you do the split? I was saying. I think we have one more judge.
okay. Well, they're queuing that up. Detective,
Yes, ma'am.
Other than the MARTA video, is there any other video where you can see the defendant's face to identify by his face, or are you identifying him by his clothes in the other videos?
So the other videos, his characteristics and mannerism, his clothing, the way he's wearing, the MARTA video gives the best shot of his face.
Okay. Sorry, I just asked your question.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I guess I didn't hear the question. Well, I thought
I asked him if, I'm very focused on whether he can ID him, and how he would ID him in different videos. But I asked if he, in any of the photos other than the MARTA video and the MARTA photo, if he could actually see your client's face, or if it was based on mannerisms and clothing. And his answer is based on mannerisms, clothing, et cetera.
I thought the question was clothing. I thought the attic was mannerisms. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Now, this next video, can you tell us what vantage points we're looking at this point?
Yes, we're gonna have the top left is gonna be from the warehouse. The bottom right is gonna be from the BP gas station.
What are we looking at here?
It's just a zoomed in version. The bottom red circle, you're gonna see Julian Conley. You're gonna see his clothing, the red shirt with the right numbers on, white lettering on the back with his light jean shorts, pants.
Is he walking?
Yes, he's walking towards the barricade.
Was there something distinctive about the way he walked?
Yes, he kind of wobbles when he walks, and that's so you're able to see it. And also, because he's wobbling when he's walked, the AR-15 is kind of flapping around.
And do you observe that walk or gait throughout the videos that you observed of this defendant throughout the evening of July 4th, 2020?
I do. That goes towards his mannerisms along with his clothing and everything else that stood out. And in the video, you also see the white vehicle that's backing up and moving, and the red circle is showing like a landmark for him.
How long before, is this before the Jeep, right before the Jeep comes through?
Yes, right before.
How much time passes?
Maybe a couple of minutes, maybe 4 minutes in all. I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking about the McCords. By the time the assault happened with the McCords, the Jeep comes in within a couple of minutes.
Is that the Jeep?
Yes, that's a Jeep in the blue circle.
Did that feel like a couple of minutes while we were talking?
No, it didn't feel like a couple of minutes, a little sooner than that. And you see from both vantage points, Julian Conley firing at the Jeep.
Did at some point, now during this time when you're seeing these videos, did you know the defendant's name to be Julian Conley?
No.
When did you learn that his name is Julian Conley?
So, of course, after I got the good close-up shot of him from the MARTA bus, I did what we call a bulletin, and we did a crime stopper story on him, and that went public, and I was able to get some identification on him.
At some point in time, did you speak to Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I turned on the news one day, and there was a news conference with Jackie Patterson, and who I saw as my person of interest, my suspect. On the news, he altered his appearance by cutting his dreads off or his twist, and pretty much Jackie Patterson is stating that his client was coming forward because he's seen himself, identified himself in the news video that we put out, and he wanted to clear his name.
Did he identify himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the white lettering on it, with the satchel going across, with the AR-15?
Objection to testimonial question.
Okay, it's just a proffer. We all know what the outfit was.
How
that
did he
day.
identify
Go
himself?
ahead.
Who did he identify himself to be?
Yes, he identified himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the letters on the back, the satchel, and the blue jeans.
What did he say his name was?
Julian Conley.
Did Julian Conley speak during that press conference?
He did.
What did he say?
He looked directly into the camera. He said he apologized. He didn't shoot Secoriea Turner. He gave a self-serving statement by saying that a Jeep drove through, ran over somebody, and that person who was ran over got up and started shooting.
Where did he say he was when that Jeep came
He said he was at the barricade.
That would be, oh, hold on. Did you also compare the screenshots from the MARTA video to the defendant's license photo?
Correct.
And did it appear to be the same person that you had seen in all of those videos?
It was identical.
Conversation more clearly, because that's the clearest view you could get.
It was identical.
Was that the same face that you saw during that press conference with his lawyer, Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Did you compare the MARTA video screenshot to the most recent photos that you got?
I did.
And was it the same person in the videos, that from BP, All-American,
It was identical. Correct.
and the person that identified himself as being the person in the clothing that you had described and was looking for?
Yes, yes. And I actually talked to Jackie Patterson also, who confirmed it.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor, before I do, listening to some of the questions that the court has already asked, would you like me to not talk about the 702 of strict identification review?
If you'll go right to it, yeah.
And Judge, not to interrupt Mr. Hoover, I forgot to do one very important thing.
Uh-huh.
Do you see that person that we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or so here in court today?
I do.
And you could just identify him for the record.
He's gonna be the light-skinned male sitting in between his counsel. Blue suit on with a blue shirt.
Good morning, Detective Shepard.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Conley.
I basically just have a couple of questions for you. When you were speaking with the state, you did say that you were the one that wrote those words that we saw pop up on the screen, correct?
Correct. I help alter them. That's correct.
Say that again?
Yes, that's correct.
No, you said I help alter them? That's
No,
correct?
author. I author them.
Alter them. Okay, so
Yes,
you didn't
sir.
receive the videos with those words on it. You put them on yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you started circling people in these videos because those are your suspects?
Correct.
Are you aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
No, that is correct. Those are the ones that I circled, and those are the ones that, as the investigation continued, I was able to identify.
So that's a yes. You're aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
Correct. The third male I was never able to identify.
What about the fourth one?
There's a fourth male on here?
I'm sorry, you're the lead investigator. I'm asking you because you
No,
circled your suspects.
I would just object, Your Honor, to it's not a MARTA site. Can you just keep it professional?
He's got him on cross. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what about the fourth one?
Yeah, I didn't identify a fourth male either. The only people identified from the video were Julian Conley and Jerry McKinney.
And from this compilation that somebody from the state put together, you didn't circle every single person that fired at the Jeep, did you?
No, the person that fired at the Jeep was Julian Conley.
So it's your testimony that you circled everybody that fired at the Jeep.
No, there was one more person behind Julian Conley. A gun went off as the Jeep had passed. But no, for this particular video, Julian Conley was circled.
So the answer is you didn't circle every single suspect that fired at the Jeep.
Okay, my answer again is I circled Julian Conley as he fired at the vehicle as it passed.
Okay, so that's a no. And my last question.
Object because the point of this whole proffer is, was there any alterations, manipulations to this video? Who he circled does not talk to about manipulation.
Well, Your Honor, and I'll get into that. The alterations, the modifications, the manipulation of the video is to bolster his testimony that this is Julian Conley is the one that or is the shooter. The problem is he said he put this together because he was looking for the suspects, and now that I get up here and show that he really didn't circle this for the suspects, he circled it for Julian Conley so he can get on the stand and bolster it. That's all it is, and that's the problem. And my last.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then you go.
Thank you. And I just have one final question. Part of this compilation that you altered, it actually looks like someone is filming a screen of something else. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I disagree with the words altered. I didn't alter anything. This is the raw footage. All I did was take the raw footage and make circles of my suspects.
That's great. My question was, part of this compilation, it looked like somebody was filming a screen of a recording. Where did that come from?
Everything I got was the raw footage that I got from the businesses.
So somebody else recorded something on a screen, and that's how you got it. Well, you're right. If we can replay the compilation, there's clearly at the end of it, there's lines in it where it looks like someone had a cell phone pointing towards a monitor or some type of screen, and they're recording it.
Okay,
That
if he
wasn't the
doesn't
raw
recall
video.
it, you need to show it to him. If you want to show it to him, you can.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something else to say? Okay. Okay, argument?
I mean, I'll be brief. The argument, Your Honor, is this officer, well, first off, yes, this officer clearly first took the position that we're only doing this so I can circle all of my suspects. That's not true. He didn't circle every single person who pointed because of the group. Yes, Your Honor, because he's still technically a witness that hasn't taken the stand
Oh.
before the jury.
Okay. Would you step up for just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
You can stay right there. You don't need to move. You're comfortable. You're fine.
And to start, Your Honor, well, first off, this officer did admit that he is the one that put the markings and the words on this compilation. One of the state's own cases quoted says that that's hearsay. That's a confrontation clause issue and it shouldn't go out. Like, they literally quoted a case that proved the point as to how he manipulates evidence to where it is not admissible in front of the jury. Secondly, Your Honor, the state tried to do a fairly decent job of getting him to say, well, no, I was just circling all suspects. I didn't know who everyone was. We know that's not true. There are multiple people. There were other people that pointed guns at the McCords he didn't even know about. There were multiple people that fired at the Jeep that he didn't circle. He specifically circled, he specifically highlighted Julian Conley, and they put arrows and everything else like that because they were bolstering this officer's testimony that that's him. Yes, we can see that he was in the areas. Yes, we can see that he had the clothing on. But, Your Honor, you clearly see from the videos that there are vantage points where you cannot clearly see if that's his clothing. The fact that this officer can now say something was dangling or he was moving a certain way, and all the extra speculation that came in on top of that is how he's now saying that those were the mannerisms. Your Honor, there's no evidence towards that whatsoever. If they want to, I'm sorry, the rules of procedure, if they want to bring in the raw video, if they want to bring in the raw footage, if they want to pause it, if they want to zoom in, if they want to zoom out, that's fine. But at the point where they're trying to hide this guise of, oh no, we're looking for suspects, when it's clear they're looking at two people, one person's not here, so now they're only looking and focusing on one person and coming up with this officer can tell you how he was familiar with the mannerisms. He can tell you how he's familiar with the way Julian presents himself. At some points, it was all speculation. He moved his arm, so it looked like he was the leader. He moved his arm, looked like he's controlling people. The evidence is clear that he's specifically targeting Julian. That's the problem. That he specifically put the words on there, which the state's own case law says you can't do that. That's a confrontation clause issue, and here's the issue. I believe one of the cases even said that when an officer puts their own words, whatever it is, on a piece of evidence, it's like that officer's going back to the jury deliberations with the jury. Can't do that. For all of those reasons, Your Honor, there's a reason we have rules of evidence, procedures of evidence. They want to use the raw data, that's fine. But their own case law says they can't use this, Your Honor.
I would disagree wholeheartedly. It's not hearsay or testimony. It's literally descriptions of what you see. If you can come in and be admitted into evidence and be played for the jury, I would agree that maybe when it goes back to the jury, the words black, red shirt, white lettering, black satchel, those can clearly be removed because that, I guess, he's arguing as a continuing witness. But I think he would have more of an argument if it said Julian Connolly. Then the issue would be you would be taking necessarily the decision as to whether the jury believes that Julian Connolly out of the province of the jury. But saying that he's wearing a red T-shirt with white lettering and a black satchel it's not hearsay testimony. It's not against what the case law says. And more importantly, what the detective made very clear, he wasn't targeting Julian Connolly. He circled the people he previously identified by being able to see their face, being able to use the clear photos to then distribute them to get an identification of their names and who they actually were. But because he was able to clearly see the face and identifying features of those two individual people, is why he focused on those two people throughout the rest of the video. It's not the mischaracterization and what they call the speculation as to the detective's investigation. And more importantly, this is a trial that involves Julian Connolly. Not anybody else, not any other men that pointed a gun at McCourts. If and when he was able to identify them, then the focus would be on those individuals. So the argument that he didn't focus on the two other people who pointed guns at the McCourts is not related to the issue in which we were arguing about here before the court as we proffered the testimony of Detective Shepard. And more importantly, the questions that he asked and the arguments he made to the court are prime for cross-examination to poke holes or do whatever he'd like to do as it relates to the investigation of Detective Shepard and how he targeted in on certain people and why.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to find now, having reviewed the video, which was very helpful, there's essentially 4 squares showing multiple angles at once. Sometimes it's only one, and in that case it appears zoomed because there's only one picture. It is useful to listen to the defendant's testimony as he shows that video. I'm going to admit it, I think there's a proper foundation that's been laid, and there's no good faith evidence that there's been some material alteration to this video. That said, he's not going to be able to testify that beyond the MARTA footage and video that is the defendant in this case. He can testify that that is a person with the same gait, wobble, mannerisms, clothing, all of that, but he cannot say that it's Jerryian Connolly. And you're going to have to caution him because he said it a lot, so it's going to be natural to him to say it more in front of the jury. He can't say that in front of the jury. I'm not going to let him identify the defendant outside of that very specific instance. I'll just note for the record that everyone's in possession of the raw footage. The witness can be impeached with that raw footage. He could be recalled at a later date or time. Most of these arguments really are in favor of this being a continuing witness, which I think it probably is. It's not going to go out with the jury. But point well taken by everyone. Did you have something else to say?
We as a defense understand the circles themselves and the arrows. Are we allowed? Is the court allowing those to stay on, and he just can't say this is Jerryian Connolly, or do they have to get rid of the circles and arrows?
No, they can keep the circles and arrows. He can say this person is dressed, whatever he wants to go into. The same things that he was just saying. Similar gait, clothing is the same, hair looks the same. Whatever he is seeing to explain to the jury why he focused on your client.
And the writing. What is the court's opinion?
I don't think there's what writing do you have an issue with, unless it says Jerryian Connolly.
At some point he says bang. What was there?
Oh, yeah, one way.
In one point it said.
Oh, the muzzle flash.
And United States v. Lewinsky, the case that the state literally just quoted not too long ago, says that that's the complicated false hearsay issue, and it's like the officer going back to deliberation with the jury. They said the words that the officer put on do not go back.
It can't go back to the jury. It's not going.
Show up. But if it's evidence, then it does go back to the jury.
Okay, it's not. So it could be evidence, but also continuing witness. It is definitely continuing witness, and it will not go back with the jury. Okay. 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 You want to bring your witness back in and the
Just so
jurors?
we're clear as to the court's ruling, obviously Detective Shepard would testify that the person he was able to get a clear shot of, he was able to identify as Jerryian Connolly, and he'll describe the clothing that Jerryian Connolly has in that clear photo. The state would then ask questions. Do you see the person in the circle in these videos? What clothing is he wearing? Is that the same clothing or similar clothing that you see Jerryian Connolly wearing in this video? So I just want to make sure the court's clear.
Right. It's going to require a little bit of leading, but if you instruct your witness properly, hopefully you won't have to ask leading questions. He just cannot. He can say why. He can describe the person, but he just can't say it's Jerryian Connolly.
I'm sorry.
Can we just have a moment?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a minute.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Also, do you guys need a bathroom break while she's taking time to instruct the? Because it's been a couple hours, and I'm sure Ms. Newman would love one.
I don't know how long this testimony would be. I would ask if we can take lunch between the direct and cross so that we can prepare based on the court's ruling in terms of our cross.
How many more witnesses do you guys have today?
I'm sorry, Judge.
It's okay. How many more witnesses do you have today?
We had maybe 5 or 6.
Okay. Okay. Is it a good time to take lunch after your direct examination of this witness? It's already, it is. It's 12 o'clock right now. So yes, that's fine. Let's put him up and then we'll take a lunch break. After your direct. And that way they can get their tech ready to go if they're going to use.
The direct's going to be 3 hours.
Yeah, the director's going to be fairly long.
Oh.
So
Oh, we may not reach all those witnesses today. Okay. All right, so,
I would honestly ask them to just put the votes down and come back.
okay. Fine. Deputy, would you let the jury know that we have a little more work to do, and ask them to go ahead and take their lunch break, please? Or ask what they want. If they want it to be brief, that's fine. If they want it to be longer, that's fine. Ask them how long they want to go. But will you come back and tell us so I can let the lawyers know?
Jerryian Shepard, it's Jar.
Responsibilities as a detective with APD.
So currently within the homicide unit, I'm part of the a small group of cold case complex. Within that cold case complex, we work cold cases, of course, and more complex cases that come up in the city, and also train the new detectives.
And how many homicides have you covered over the course of your career?
Since I've been in homicide, close to 500.
And how do you become, what is a lead detective?
So a lead detective is what we call a primary detective. That detective takes charges of the case and works the case from the beginning to the end.
And what does that entail, being the primary detective, as far as your duties are? You said you lead it from the beginning to the end. What does that mean?
So that starts with the preliminary investigation from the crime scene. Over the course of the investigation, talking to witnesses, collecting evidence, and of course, if you're able to come up with probable cause to bring it forth for a judge.
And how many homicide detectives?
Will you just lean into the microphone? They're having trouble hearing you on the other
Yes,
side.
ma'am.
Do you need her to re-ask the last question? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. What was it?
Yeah, I believe it was how many homicide detectives are there with APD?
It's close to anywhere between 18 and 20, and that number usually fluctuates between 2 or 3.
And how is it decided who will be the primary detective out of those 18 to 20 detectives?
So we have what we call a homicide rotation.
And how does that work?
So let's just say 1 through 18. If you're number 1, then you're up on call until a homicide comes up in the city. Once that homicide comes up in the city, if it's not too complex in nature, it'll go to that first detective, and then that detective will rotate to the bottom, and it just rotates that way.
And is there a particular zone that you cover as a homicide detective, or is all of city of Atlanta Fulton County?
It's the entire city of Atlanta.
And were you holding the same position on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you up on the rotation?
Yes, I was. I was actually off that day, and I got the call.
And what was the call that you received?
I got a call that there was an 8-year-old shot in an area of the Wendy's, 125 University.
And what did you do upon receiving that call?
At that moment, I collect all the information I can, all the preliminary information. This particular address was in what we was calling the autonomous zone because of the protest. I was also advised to that location was not safe to go, so I had to go to a different location what we call staging.
And what was that location that you had to go to?
That was University and Metropolitan.
How far away from University and Pryor was that location?
I'd say about a half a mile, maybe less.
And how long, at the time when you were responding, first of all, what time did you receive that call?
I believe it was 10:20 p.m.
Did you know the name of your victim at that time?
Not at that exact time, but I knew it was an 8-year-old child.
And you said you were at Metropolitan and Pryor, so University. How long did you remain in that area?
So we had to stage in that area where we had to request what we call our TFOs. That's our tactical field officers to come in that area and secure the actual crime scene. So I stayed there till about 12:30, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So it took them maybe 2 hours for it to get safe.
2 hours from the time that you got the call, you had to wait until a tactical team kind of finished doing what they needed to do to secure the area before you could go to University and Pryor.
Correct.
Do you know what's going on over there at that crime scene during those 2 hours?
Yeah, so like I said, that area is called a autonomous zone. Back in May, we had the George Floyd riots, which affected the city of Atlanta. After that, we had a couple of incidents involving law enforcement and the civilians. And this particular one was Rayshard Brooks at the Wendy's. And of course, riots followed that with the Wendy's burning down.
And in that particular area, had there been any shootings prior to this July 4th date after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
Yes, there were multiple shootings in this area before my homicide occurred.
So was there a concern for you guys' safety?
Absolutely.
And you said there was a lot of riots in the area. Kind of describe what a riot is to you.
So it's basically civil unrest, and that can be at the heels of anything that happens with the government, where you have a group that either starts to destroy property. In this particular incident, Rayshard Brooks was involved in Austin-involved shooting where he was killed. In return, as a result of that, they burned down the Wendy's and then pretty much occupied that area.
Were police, to your knowledge, were police going into that area of University and Pryor after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you ever have to go there prior to July 4th, between June 2nd of 2020 and July 4th of 2020?
No, the only time I would have to go over there, of course, if there's a homicide. And when I had my homicide, that's why I had to go.
And you said this was around 12:30 a.m.
Correct.
We've now moved over to July 5th at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get over to University and Pryor, what do you observe?
So there were cones and barricades. There were police officers, of course, standing by, restricting all traffic, pedestrian and vehicle. There was a group of tents where the more hardcore protesters were also still occupying in the parking lot of the Wendy's. And so there were several individuals, even at that point, were still trying to sweep and clean up the area. We had to give orders to stop at that point.
Why
for
did you
them.
give orders to stop?
They were compromising the crime scene.
What does that mean?
So they started moving things. It appears that they were trying to sweep everything away from the Wendy's area, everything away towards outside of the street. And by the time we got there, they were still trying to sweep like shell casings and things of that nature.
So do you know the evidence, was there evidence on that scene?
Yes.
Do you know if that's where that evidence landed or was at the time right after the shooting occurred?
No, after the shooting occurred, the evidence in particular was definitely moved from that location where it was the original shooting happened.
And you indicated that there were barricades that you saw when you arrived in Combs. What was the locations of those barricades in Combs?
So you had a portion of the barricades, let's just say the west side barricade, that blocked off one portion of the street. You go down about 60 to 80 yards, and let's call that the east side of the barricades. There was another set of barricades that blocked that street off.
Do you know where those barricades came from?
Yes, I believe they came from when the Wendy's was burnt down. Those barricades were put up around the Wendy's to keep pedestrians and people from entering that area. I believe they utilized those cones that was left over from that.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Is it speculation?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's the barricades were definitely left out there by the city to block off their Wendy's.
Okay, overruled.
And when you say they were left out there, kind of where? Let me show you what's already been marked to the state's evidence 30A.
Is it up?
It's showing on my screen. And 30A, do you recognize that? Is that the area we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Originally, when the barricades were put out in front of the Wendy's when it was burned down, where were those barricades at?
So the barricades were in this area here. Do I need to get up and point here, or?
Actually, it's a little, Mr. Bobby's.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the barricades were placed around this Wendy's parking lot to keep pedestrians and things to get out. Because the Wendy's had been burned down, it wasn't a safe area to go into.
Those businesses that's depicted in State's Exhibit 30A, what's the distance between them? Does it look like it does in State's Exhibit 30A?
No, it's actually a lot closer than that. I would say 15 to 20 yards, maybe go close to each other, especially the package store, the BP. The Wendy's, of course, is right next door.
As, I don't know, where I'm standing at, is that close or further away?
I would say probably from here to the door.
Did anyone else respond to that area alone?
Yes, we have our crime scene tech units respond. Of course, we had to have our tactical units respond and secure the area.
And what happened when your crime scene arrived?
So once crime scene arrives on the scene, me being the lead detective, I walk with the crime scene techs and try to identify as much evidence as I can. Once we identify it, we start to mark it.
Do you do anything else besides marking?
Yeah, usually there's another detective available, and I ask them to do what we call a crime scene sketch.
So marking, crime scene sketch, anything else did you do?
Photographs, and of course, we collect the evidence.
And I'm going to show you what's marked on State's Exhibit 34. And if you could, I think it's a little eraser that you push. Is that, in State's Exhibit 34, is that how the scene appeared when you arrived?
Yes, that is correct.
And where are those barricades and cones that you talked about previously?
They're on the side where the Wendy's parking lot is.
Were they on the side when y'all arrived?
By the time we got there, they was already pushed back to that side so we can clear the street and make way for the crime scene.
And then State's Exhibit 38. And I'm sorry, what vantage point are we looking at on State's Exhibit number 34?
So that's facing east on University. So if you do an overall look, you have 75 to the back, and you're going forward on University.
And then State's Exhibit number 38.
And that'll be facing west on University, going towards Interstate 75.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Can you tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, you see the placards are on the street. Those placards are marking evidence.
How many placards are on there? And if you can touch the screen again and circle everywhere you see a placard.
From this picture, that's what I can see so far.
And do you see a placard that's numbered?
Yes, the placard closest on the screen is placard 11.
can you see the numbers on any of the, on any of the other placards?
Well, the picture is kind of blurry, so I can't see the numbers, but I definitely see the placards.
And I'm gonna show you what's in Martha States Exhibit 57 and 57A.
Yes.
Do you recognize States 57 and 57A?
Yes, these are the vantage points we just looked at. Exhibit 57 is the eastbound lane, and Exhibit 57A is going west, and that's going towards the interstate.
So when you say the westbound lane, what side of the road would the Wendy's be on?
So we're facing 75, it'll be on the right side.
And what side would, coming the other way, which side would it be on?
The left side.
And do those States 57 and 57A, do they accurately and fairly depict that area that we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Is there any difference between what's in States 57 and 57A as what we saw in States 34 and 38?
No.
Is it a different time of day when those are taken?
Yeah, this is during the daytime, and the other pictures at nighttime.
Did you, as part of your investigation, did you go back out to the scene in the daytime?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose? Why did you go back out during the day?
So, of course,
I'm sorry, you're not asking States 57 and 57A be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to those two?
Your Honor, I haven't seen those pictures.
Okay.
I thought I gave him over to the defense before I started. I said, let me have this shit out. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And 57A, is this the westbound or eastbound visual that we have?
that's going to be facing eastbound.
And then 57A,
It's going to be facing westbound.
and you indicate that you put placards out in that area at that time. What does those placards
It just notate the evidence that was found at the time it was found and documented.
and what evidence was found in this area?
We have ballistics, spent shell casings.
Spent shell cases, anything else?
We had spent shell casings and a couple of live casings.
Do you recall how many spent shell casings that were recovered?
Yes, there were 7 5.56 spent shell cases and 1 223.
And you said live rounds. What type of live, how many live rounds were found?
I believe it was 3.
And do you recall the caliber of those live rounds?
They were the same caliber.
What, and did you learn where the shooting had occurred in the course of your investigation?
Yes, in the course of my investigation, I was able to determine where the shooting occurred.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit 57A?
Yes.
If you could please circle that area where that occurred.
Actually, got to go back to the other side. Yeah, so it's going to be. The shooting occurred in this area here, and it looked probably a little bit further back, but it occurred in this lane there.
And where were those casings that you indicated were located at the time that you came out?
On this side of the street.
The second circle is where the casings were?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And I think there were a couple of other, were there other markers in I think it was State's Exhibit 48, I can't remember, that indicated where some evidence was located?
Yes, you had some evidence across the street also in this area, and of course over here in this area.
Was there anything in that yellow line at all that was recovered?
Yes, I believe marker 11 was over here in the yellow line. And this, my direction's a little backwards. This is a little closer up, but this is the viewpoint. If you're sitting in this lane, this is what you're looking at.
If, oh, yeah, did you?
Yes.
If, can you kind of describe what that, the street over there at University that we're looking at right now? When I say that, is it a flat area, is it a hilly area, is it an incline, a decline?
No, so in this particular area, there's a decline. Pretty much it's a slight hill going down.
And could that affect, let me ask you this, are you familiar with how shell casings would eject?
Yes,
With fire?
yes.
And can you tell us how that occurred?
So the shell casing ejects from the right side of the gun, and it's a radius of usually about 13 feet. And of course, other things play into where the shell casing lands, like objects that it hit. Of course, inclines the street and everything, so it's not going to land in the exact space, but that's usually the radius that it will eject.
If the street is on a decline, will gravity affect where the shell casing may go?
Absolutely.
What's going to happen with it?
So in this particular area, if a shell casing is ejected, naturally it's going to roll down the hill because of the gravity and the incline.
And to your knowledge, those 2 hours before you got there, I know you said people were sweeping stuff and moving stuff. Is that going to affect where the shell casings originally landed when they were fired?
Yes.
What about, was there any traffic in that area prior to you arriving?
Yes, there was a lot of foot traffic and vehicle traffic.
Is that going to affect where those shell casings would be?
Yes.
So we don't know where you found them, does not mean that that's where the person was standing when they fired the weapon.
Correct.
And you said it was 5.56s and 2.23s. Do you have experience with weapons
Yes, I have a little bit of experience.
as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with what type of weapon would be able to fire a 5.56 and a 2.23?
Yes, AR-15 rifle, assault rifle.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Open this case.
Your Honor, I would like to object to this firearm or being demonstrated or shown in front of the jury. There's no firearm that's associated with this case.
What's the purpose of the?
For demonstration. And what is in state 60M?
This is a AR-15 assault rifle.
And just for the jury's sake,
Pick it up.
is it locked?
Yes, it is safe.
And is that the type of weapon that would have been able to fire those 5.56 and 2.23s?
Yes.
And is there a strap on State Exhibit 60M?
Yes, it is.
Is that the firearm that you recovered as being the murder weapon in this case?
No, it's not.
Okay. It's just an example of what that looks like? Okay. Thank you. I was asking State Exhibit 60 and you used it for demonstrative purposes. Now, while you're out there at the scene that night, did you do anything else besides mark the shell cases and the ballistic evidence and photographs of it and crime scenes? Did you do anything else? on the
Yes.
battlefield?
So while on the crime scene, we always, and of course, in the attempt to some type of canvas, that's where we walk around and try to find witnesses. At that time of the hour, the businesses were closed, but the witnesses that were still left at the crime scene, there was like zero cooperation from them.
How long did you stay on that scene?
I believe I left around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Had you learned shot at that location?
Yes, she was at Atlanta Medical Center.
Did you go out to Atlanta Medical Center?
Not that at that time, no, ma'am. I was on the crime scene.
Were you still on duty on the crime while the victim was at Atlanta Medical Center?
Correct.
Do you start receiving calls when you're on the scene?
No, we get calls all the time.
Did you get another call while you were on that scene?
As far as shootings, yes, that particular night, I think we had 25 people shot. On our crime scene, of course, we had a mass shooting at Edgewood.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
What is the relevance? I'll be asking about his involvement in that, as part of this investigation. Is that all over now?
So while we were on that scene, we had 16 people shot on Edgewood, and at that time, 2 deceased.
And is that Edgewood and what?
Edgewood and like Auburn in that area, it's like a entertainment district in downtown.
Is that Zone 6?
Zone 6 and Zone 5, it borders each other.
At some point in time, did you become involved in that shooting at Edgewood?
I do.
How did you become involved in that shooting?
I was asked to assist the investigator go over video.
And while you were going over that video, did you find anything in connection to the case that you were the primary detective on University and Price?
Yes, I saw my suspect from my scene on video in that crime scene.
And what was that individual wearing? Well, we'll get to that. Detective Shepard, as part of your job duties, do you go and do autopsy observation when you are investigating homicide cases?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
We like to go to the autopsies. We like to understand, of course, what caused the death, what type of injuries, and the path of the injuries and things like that.
At this point, did you know the name of your victim?
Yes.
And what was her name?
8-year-old Secoriea Turner.
Did you attend the autopsy of Secoriea Turner as part of your investigation?
No, I couldn't go to this autopsy.
Why not?
I didn't want to see a child in that state.
Did you learn the results of that autopsy?
I did.
And did you learn what was the cause of that?
Gunshot wound to the back.
And did you learn whether or not any physical or ballistic evidence was retrieved during that autopsy?
Yes, they was able to pull a projectile out of her back.
And what was that caliber of that projectile?
5.56.
Is that similar to the 5.56 shell casings that you found on the scene of the shooting?
Correct.
And was that projectile similar to being fired from that AR that the state showed in the state exhibit 60?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you have an opportunity to speak with the parents of Secoriea Turner?
Yes, I interviewed the parents.
Tell me about that.
So I tried to give the parents, there's no time frame you can give a grieving parent, and it's really hard that first initial interview to interview them and get what I need. So, but I still needed to make contact. I got a preliminary statement from her, what she remembered and what she saw that night, her and her companion at that time.
And when you say her companion, who was that?
It's Omar Ivory.
And what did you learn from Miss Turner and Mr. Ivory about what occurred that night?
So they were at some relatives' house, friends, enjoying the 4th of July festivities. They were going to go to the liquor store. The only reason why Secoriea was in the vehicle because she wanted to go over to her cousin's house and play. They were en route to the liquor store when they drove up on the barricades.
Were they able to tell you whether or not they made it to the liquor store?
No, they were not able to make it to the liquor store.
And I'm going to show you what states. And why didn't they go to the liquor store?
The barricade is right up on the liquor store, and they just drove up on the barricade, and when they tried to drive around it, that's when the shooting occurred.
Did they make any statements in regards to whether or not the liquor store was open or closed?
I'm not. So the liquor store is boarded up because of the riots that we talked about earlier from the Rayshard Brooks. So, of course, when you're driving up on it, it immediately looks like it's closed.
Were they able to give you any descriptions of the individuals that they saw at the barricade as they drove past that liquor store?
Yeah, so she told me she specifically said it was a male dressed in black, like a bounty hunter. She described the male wearing a white shirt. She also gave me a description of a light-skinned male with light dreads or some type of twist. And this is, as she's passing the barricade, this is what she's photographing in her mind as she's going by.
As they are passing the barricade, do you learn what is going on the outside of that vehicle?
So on the outside of the vehicle, of course, you have multiple armed individuals with long rifles and pistols guarding the barricade and redirecting traffic as it comes to the barricade.
And what happens with Secoriea Turner and her mom and Mr. Ivory as they pass through that barricade?
So they drive up to the barricade, they drive around it. As they drive around it, my suspect, along with several other individuals, my suspect specifically raises his rifle and walks towards the vehicle. And as they...
The witnesses, make your approach.
Who's that person to them?
They had no idea who that person was.
So were they able to tell you what that person was doing?
Yes.
And what did that person do?
He shot into the vehicle multiple times for no reason.
And did they tell you what was going on inside that car as those shots started to come into the vehicle?
Yeah, so as soon as the shots started coming in, of course, it's like a sensory overload. They didn't realize what was going on. She heard Secoriea in the back seat jumping around, I guess trying to dodge the debris and the bullets that was coming in. She heard Secoriea scream, say, "Mama." At that point, she's halfway in the back seat trying to jump back there with her. Of course, she looks up in the back seat and she can see two individuals fire two more times.
Did you receive anything from Ms. Turner at that time during that conversation?
Not Ms. Turner, no. I didn't receive anything, just the information statement that she provided. She said that Omar, her companion at that time, may have had some information.
Did you ever receive identifying information about the victim's Secoriea Turner?
Yes, she provided me a photo. Always, when I speak with the families, I ask for a photo. And the purpose of that is, of course, when I do my police bulletins.
Can I see?
Showing you what's the MARTA States Exhibit 122. Recognize that?
Yes, the bulletin I created from the photograph that Charmaine gave to me.
Is that a fair and accurate description of that?
Yes.
Has there been any issues with that no longer now?
No.
Stated as Stacy said, 122.
And what number was that?
122.
2.
No objection, Your Honor.
And what was the purpose of this bolo?
When we do bolos, of course, we're gonna release it two places with the media, and then that's what I use when I go out and do my canvases to pass out and try to solicit information.
And you indicated that at some point in time, Omar had information for you.
Correct.
And what type of information was he able to provide?
Just information, second and third, fourth hand information. He had a poster of a social media post that was given to him with some individuals dressed in all black, already circled, saying these are the suspects. He could not confirm that these are the suspects, but he just wanted to pass that information along to me.
Was Charmaine and Omar attempting to help you find the person that had shot and killed Secoriea?
Yes, they were.
From that night, did you go back and listen to or look at anything else in regards to Charmaine and Omar, indication about the facts and what they did during the time and the moments in which Secoriea had been shot?
So, of course, the information they gave me, of course, when I get information from any witness, I like to corroborate it with other evidence. In this case, it's going to be video evidence that I collected.
And you said something about social media coming through and you receiving information in regards to this case. You said
Yeah.
social media, anything else?
When the picture in my bulletin went public with the news, we were flooded with tips and social media posts, and my city cell phone number I put on all my bulletins because I want the information firsthand, and I was constantly getting information from social media and, of course, through our Crime Stoppers.
Can you go back to Stacey 122? Was there, at some point you said earlier on when you were out there doing the canvas, nobody was talking to you, you couldn't get any information. But once the bulletin came out, you started getting tips and information.
Yeah, so the thing about it, even when I went back to my follow-up canvas, there was zero on-record, in-person cooperation. Nobody was cooperating. However, I did get a lot of information through anonymous tips and things of that nature because nobody wanted to go on record at all because during that time frame and with it being so volatile with police, nobody wanted to cooperate.
Was there, due to the non-cooperation, was there a reward put in place?
Yes, the reward started climbing. On this particular bulletin, it says $20,000, but you combine that with private donations and things like that, I believe it got up to $50,000.
Then sometimes when there's a reward, does that incentivize people to want to come forward and be a witness?
Absolutely.
Do you know Miss Sharika Williams?
Yes.
And did she at some point contact you and come forward?
So I was out on the canvas the following same day on the 5th. I ran into Miss Williams who stated that her sons were shot, and they had firsthand information about what happened and what occurred.
Was Miss Williams able to tell you where she was located out there on July? First of all, did she tell you where she was on July 4th?
They said that they were inside of the perimeter at some like a tent, and they were cooking out.
I'm going to pull up Stacey's exhibit number 34. Did she describe what that tent looked like?
It's like the tailgating tents where you put up. It's that type of tent.
Are you able to see that tent that Ms. Williams indicated she was cooking out and barbecuing out there on July 4th?
Yes.
If you could just circle it on State's Exhibit 34. And I'm gonna show you what's been, marked as State's Exhibit 57B and shown. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 57B?
Yes.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 57B?
These are going to be her sons, who she stated was shot and witnessed the incident.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of them in that area on that night?
Yes.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit, has there been any deletions, additions, manipulation to State's Exhibit 57B?
No.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 57B to be taken into account.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's a good and you can produce it. Are those the Williams boys?
Yes.
Did you speak to, let me tell you, the conversation with Ms. Williams, did you talk to her sons as well?
Yes, of course, if she's bringing me that kind of information that piqued my interest, I want to speak to her sons immediately. She advised me one of them was a juvenile, so I needed, of course, her consent. So I set up a time that I can meet with all three of them and talk.
And did that conversation and interview lead to anything significant in your investigation of the murder of Secoriea Turner?
No, their statements were greatly exaggerated. In fact, I was able to determine they were not shot. They were really not even injured, and their description of the events did not occur.
And how were you able to determine that?
From reviewing the security video.
Does the name Quentin Davis sound familiar?
Yes.
And did you speak to Quentin Davis in regards to this case?
Yes, this particular individual posted a post on Facebook that he witnessed or he had information that he may have recorded the incident. Of course, that piqued my interest. And I'm not surprised that I'm getting these type of tips, because when the case is high priority and a lot of people's interested in it and the reward is so high, we get information from everywhere.
I don't believe the witness is responding to a question.
I asked if you spoke to Mr. Quentin Davis, and he was explaining how he gets information and people to then talk to.
Okay, I think his interest is clear, so I'm just moving to the next question.
So did, and did you speak with Mr. Davis?
I did, and I was able to determine that his post that he posted was incorrect. He did not witness or see anything.
Did you learn what type of vehicle Charmaine and Omar and Secoriea were traveling in as they went down University and those shots rang out into the car?
Yes, they had a 2016 Jeep Cherokee.
Did you learn where everybody was seated in that car as it passed by that barricade?
Yes.
Where were they seated?
So you had Omar was driving, Charmaine was in the front passenger seat, and Secoriea was in the back seat.
In what direction did they indicate they were going?
So they were driving towards east, and that was eastbound away from 75.
And you mentioned something about there were barricades they talked about at the time that they passed by. Did you ever learn where those barricades were located at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer you back to State's Exhibit 57. were located on that scene?
Yes, this is going to be the east barricade, which would be roughly here in this area.
And where was the west barricade?
You have to flip to the other picture.
And that's 57 B, or 57 A.
I got it right. So the east barricade would be roughly in this area.
And are those the barricades that Charmaine and Omar encountered as they came up?
Yes,
Where the armed men were standing?
yes.
Were those legal barricades that they're blocking off the road?
So legal in the fact that they were actually made to barricade and block off things, yes, but the barricade and the blocking off the street itself was illegal.
So the people that put those barricades there and those cones in the street had created an illegal point of entry and exit from that area.
Yes, they've created a legal makeshift barricade to block off the streets.
And I was asking you about the Jeep. Did you do anything in regards to the Jeep in which they were driving in Secoriea Shepard?
Yeah, so when they arrived at the hospital, as soon as I got that information, I delegated and asked another detective to respond to the hospital. Also have a crime scene tech and to photograph the vehicle as it is.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked in State's Exhibit 13. And can you tell us what's in State's Exhibit 13?
We're looking at the driver door. This driver door has a defect to it. Here.
Were there any more defects in the driver's door?
You have to go further along the vehicle, you'll find more defects.
Can you see that defect here?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 16. And if you could erase those.
Oh.
And are there any defects in that part of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle is that?
This is going to be the rear passenger door. This is where Secoriea was sitting.
Is that the passenger door or which side?
I'm sorry, the driver door.
And State's Exhibit 17? And what's depicted in State's Exhibit 17?
You have another defect to the rear driver side panel of the vehicle. So these are defects to the back of the vehicle.
In total, how many defects or how many gunshots did that car take?
8.
How many shell casings was found on the scene?
8.
How many 5.56 shell cases were found on the scene?
7.
How many 5.56 projectiles were recovered during the investigation of this case?
And 1 that was recovered from Secoriea Turner's back.
Did you do anything else to process this Jeep?
So once we,
I'm sorry, not you particularly, but did you direct or instruct someone to do something else?
yes, once the vehicle is processed, it's taken to what we call and secured in our homicide cage. And at that point, we secure search warrants to do further processing of the vehicle.
And what did you request to be processed?
GSR photographs.
And why did you ask for the car to be processed for GSR?
So in the beginning of the investigation, at that point in the investigation, I can't determine who's the primary aggressor. So I have to rule out everything and follow my evidence. So in order to rule that out, I need to make sure nobody inside of that vehicle fired off any kind of guns. So the GSR test would be able to tell me if a gunshot went off inside of that vehicle.
And to your knowledge, what was the results of that GSR testing?
Those negative results. That means no GSR, no gunshot residue was found inside the vehicle.
If a gun is, so you talked about it was fired inside the vehicle, you do GSR to determine if there was any gunshots inside that car.
Correct.
Do you do anything else to determine whether or not if there were gunshots outside of the car?
Yeah, so even if we have drive-bys all the time, if the hand is outside the window and they're firing, of course, the residue is coming back into the vehicle. So regardless if the gun was outside the vehicle or inside the vehicle, if that explosion from that shell casing or that bullet that's going off, it's gonna leave some type of residue. And there was negative residue.
If somebody is firing from a car inside that car, would you expect to find shell casings?
Yes, shell casings, correct.
Would you expect to maybe find projectiles?
Yes,
Would you expect to maybe find live rounds?
yes,
Would you maybe expect to find a gun?
yes.
To your knowledge, in this case, did you find any of those things inside that Jeep?
Nothing of that nature was inside that Jeep.
Were you able to find, as the gunshots were going inside that car, could you find projectiles in there as a result of it taking on gunfire?
No, was not able to find any projectiles that was from the vehicle being taken on gunfire.
In your experience, is that unusual?
That's not unusual at all.
Why not?
So, of course, when bullets or rounds hit particular objects, they change in direction. The flight, the path, the trajectory changes. The bullet itself explodes, and it's no longer a fragment or a projectile. It's basically just fragments instead of a projectile. So it explodes once it hits a hard surface like that.
And if it explodes as it's hitting a hard surface, if it goes into like the seats of the car, would you expect to be able to find that projectile or those fragments?
It'd be basically shrapnel at that point. Once it's going through those hard objects and hitting those soft objects, it'll be shrapnel unless it comes into like some type of tissue or something like that. They usually stay intact, which in this case was Secoriea.
Now, did you do anything, are you familiar with the term trajectory rods?
Yes.
What are those?
Trajectory rods are what we place inside of defects, and it just that it tells you the trajectory of the round, pretty much the flight path.
And upon your review of the vehicle, were you able to make a determination where the bullet entered that car that killed Secoriea Turner?
Yeah, so we can look at defects itself, and I can tell that we can tell where the defects coming from the inside or the outside. All the defects came from the outside, and I've made the determination that there was no need for the trajectory rods because I had visual evidence from the cameras. Also, we can document it properly from the photographs from the crime scene text.
I'm going to ask you to look at the State's Exhibit 96. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 96?
That's the back seat of the Jeep, and that is where Secoriea was sitting.
And what is indicated in the marker that says zero, O, the letter O?
That is a defect.
And would that have been the bullet that came through that seat and went into Secoriea?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 99? What is in State's Exhibit 99?
That's going to also be the defect to the back seat.
Is that, and that's P, where it's marked as P?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, where did that bullet come from that struck Secoriea Turner in her back?
In the back of the vehicle.
And so would it travel, where would it have traveled from the back of the vehicle? Let me show you State's Exhibit number 74.
It would travel through that location and travel through the seat and hit Secoriea.
So we're talking about it hits A, it hits P, and comes out in O, and ends up in Secoriea.
Correct.
Let me show you, Stacy. When you talked to Charmaine, did she tell you anything about whether or not Secoriea was strapped in her seatbelt?
Yeah, she was strapped in. I believe she had a hard time trying to get her out when she was jumping back there trying to get her because she was jumping around, moving, and kind of got her sitting right there.
And I'm showing you Stacy exhibit number 68. Are you familiar how you latch a seatbelt and unlatch it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what area was Secoriea sitting in the car at the time that she was shot?
She was sitting right here with this void of blood stain. That's where she was sitting at. Her back was right up on where the defect is.
Where is the latch or the fastener for the seatbelt that would come from the driver's passenger side of that back seat to lock her in safety?
There's a latch right here to the right.
Can you zoom in, sir? They're doing it for you.
Okay.
How many latches do you see?
I see one latch, and it's here. It's not color's not working.
Do you see a second seatbelt?
I do. I see it.
About the first seatbelt you see?
Yeah.
If this is broken, you might need to take it.
Yes, ma'am. It seems like it's working now.
Where's that first seatbelt that you indicated? Where would that latch into?
It would latch over here to the buckle part here.
Is that where it normally should latch into, with your knowledge and experience of being in the car?
It should be a latch that goes here and buckles here.
Where I put this message, can you clearly show us that?
Yeah. So there should be this belt should go.
Make an explanation of that.
Okay. There should be a latch here.
If she's sitting from the passenger side and it comes across, which side should it be latching on?
She's sitting from the back passenger side. It's gonna come from the left down.
Do you see, you've driven cars before? You can clear everything.
Okay.
Do you see that area kind of right beyond the yellow paper?
I do.
Before you get to that latch that's kind of sticking out?
I do.
What is that that's in there?
So that's a latch, but it's tucked down into the seat.
Is that normally where that first seatbelt should go?
Normally it is.
Now, we were talking about trajectory rods. And you indicated, did you request that in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't feel trajectory rides were needed in this case
Why not?
because I have video evidence to show where the shooter was standing, when the shooter was shooting. I had photographic evidence to document it, and I know that all the defects started from the outside going inside, and also the vehicle's moving. The person that's shooting is standing still. That throws the trajectory off. And also there's movement in the vehicle. So I believe that what I had already and how I was going to document it was enough to document it, to properly document it.
When is it best or, I guess, useful to use trajectory rods?
Trajectory rods are good to put in people that are deceased, fixed objects.
When you say people that are deceased, why is it important for people that are deceased?
Because, of course, they're no longer moving. The trajectory is different. It's different from a soft target than a hard target when that round hits. A fixed object, let's say this desk, if this fixed object was taken on gunfire, then that is a really good ideal time to use trajectory rods. But a moving vehicle, it can alter so much. We just didn't need for, because I had already the evidence to document it.
And you said the vehicle was moving,
Correct.
Secoriea is moving,
Yes.
and the shooter is stationary.
Stationary.
security guards have assisted you in identifying the person that shot and killed Secoriea Turner?
No.
Tell us what you did next after having this Jeep processed as part of your investigation.
So at that point, of course, we have the Jeep taken to and secured in our cage. And at that time, at a later date and time, a search warrant will be obtained and we will go and do a further processing. That's what we just talked about the GSR and the photographs.
And I think earlier, did you receive any other evidence that may have been helpful in your investigation while you were out on that scene? Or directly once you received the information or evidence for you?
Yeah, so while I was doing my canvas, I was able to identify cameras on each of the businesses in that area, and those cameras had different vantage points, and I was able to have our Homeland Security go and secure those video cameras footage for me.
And where did you receive video surveillance from?
The package store, which is right across the street from that, was the BP, and the warehouse, which is in that same area. So 3 different locations and showing 3 different vantage points.
Not to bother my tech team because they probably won't hear me right now. You don't want to step down. Show the vantage points of the people there.
So, where's the package store? The BP, and the warehouse. What about that says first barricade is in this area, second one is this area. So all 3 of these cameras captured this over here. from different vantage points.
Did you receive any surveillance from any other place besides the businesses in the area?
Yes, while viewing these video cameras, I was able to see a MARTA bus that drove directly up to the barricade. And I'm familiar with the MARTA buses from previous cases, and I know they have video. So I reached out to MARTA and requested their video from this particular bus.
And did you receive that video footage?
I did.
Now, does that video footage have timestamps on it that you observed?
Yes.
Okay. Was it at the time in which the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And did the stamps on the MARTA bus video reflect and were identical to the ones on the BP, All-American, and the warehouse?
No, the time is off. It wasn't the exact time. It was just off.
Is that sometimes common when you're getting surveillance from different areas?
That's normal. Sometimes when you have the years change over with daylight savings, a lot of the systems, owners change over. A lot of things happen to where the time doesn't catch up. In this particular instance, it's not unusual to have the time off.
And about how off was it?
I want to say the time reflected about 1800. So that's about 6 o'clock. So it's a couple of 2 hour, 2.5 hour difference, 3 hour difference.
To your knowledge of observing that video, did it appear, how was the lighting now?
The lighting was dark, and it was consistent with the other lighting from the other camera views, that it was dark. It was dark.
Around what time was it?
About 9:46.
I've shown you what's been marked Stacy Exhibit 107 through 113. Do you recognize Stacy 107 through 113?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you able to recognize Stacy 107 through 113?
That is the video that I obtained from MARTA.
Did you take what they call screenshots from the video?
Yes.
And are those photographs, those screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
Has there been any manipulation, additions, or deletions to those photographs?
No.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 107 through 113 be admitted to evidence.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 107. Can you tell us what is depicted in State's 107?
Yes, it's the MARTA bus.
And where is the MARTA bus located in regards to where the shooting occurred?
If you look a little further to the left, you can see the barricade. I'm sorry, the right of the bus. If you're sitting on the bus, it'll be to the right. It is sitting in between, the actual bus is sitting between the package store and the BP gas station.
And there's a red circle on 6107. Who made that circle?
I did.
And State's exhibit. Do you know what the MARTA bus was, did you talk to the MARTA driver?
No, I talked with the investigators with MARTA Police Department.
When you watched that video, what did it appear the MARTA driver was doing at this particular point?
The MARTA driver was trying to go through the barricade, was initially turned around.
And State's exhibit 108. What are we looking at, State's exhibit 108?
So the red arrow is pointing to my suspect, and this is as the MARTA bus is approaching the barricade, and that's going to be the west barricade.
And you said your suspect. What is the suspect that you had identified wearing?
He has on blue jeans, a very distinct red shirt with big white letters. He has a satchel around his arm, and he has an AR-15 that's dangling from his.
Now, why did that person become your suspect?
So as I continue to watch the video from different angles, I was able to track the suspect from the MARTA video going in reverse. So I was able to watch the MARTA video because everybody walked up to the barricade. At that time, I didn't know who was responsible, but I was able to track them because it gave me a landmark. As they approached the barricade, I went in reverse and watched it from different angles, and I was able to see the shooter, and I was able to then focus on the shooter.
And you said, is there another person standing next to that person in the red shirt with the white lettering?
That's correct. That's a black male with no shirt, and he's carrying a shotgun.
Were you ever able to identify that individual?
No.
State's exhibit 109. What is in State's exhibit 109?
The red circle is again circling my suspect with his unique clothing. I was easily able to track him and stand out because he's the only one wearing what he's wearing.
And State's, and where is that in regards to the crime scene?
So
I will draw that question. Are those the barricades and cones that you were talking about that they had set up that illegal barricade?
yes,
Are you able to see, I'm gonna call that the first set of barricades. Are you able to see the second set of barricades in State's exhibit 109?
I am.
And where are those at?
That's roughly going towards the east when I call it the east barricade. That's the second barricade.
And State's exhibit 110? And what are we looking at? Actually, go back to 109, I'm sorry. Do you see other individuals within the circle? Do you see anyone else outside of that circle? Are you able to identify anybody outside of that circle?
No, just the male with no shirt on with the shotgun, and of course my suspect.
And then 110. Are you able to, what do we see in State's exhibit 110?
So this is the MARTA bus as it's approaching the autonomous zone. These are just random individuals pointing firearms at the bus as it approaches.
How many individuals are depicted in State's 110?
3.
Let's talk about the first one. Are you able to identify what they're wearing?
No.
And can you just put a one, touch the screen again so we'll
Okay.
make sure that we're talking about the same person?
That's one.
Are you able to make out a little bit of what that individual is wearing?
Not really. I see the rifle. Not really.
And the second one?
2.
And are you able to make out anything about number 2?
No.
Is that person armed?
Yes.
And number 3? Are you able to make out anything about that particular person?
No.
Is that individual armed?
Yes.
If you had been able to make identification of those individuals, would they, the tracking that you talked about your suspects, would you track them as well?
Yes.
Because at this point, who are you looking for?
I'm looking for the shooter.
Can you tell us what's depicted in States 111?
Yes, so that's gonna be my suspect that's circled in the red.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing his distinctive standout red shirt. He has a satchel, AR-15 hanging from his waist, and blue jeans. And he also has a do-rag on and with twist of dreads coming from the bottom.
And at that point, are you able to get a clear vision of that person's face?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 112. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit 112?
These are close-up views of my suspect. Same distinctive clothing. You get a close-up view of his rifle that he's carrying, the satchel, the red shirt, the blue jeans, the wrap do-rag on his head with the dreads, hairstyle.
And State's Exhibit 113.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 113.
My suspect again, distinctive red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging down, a satchel. That's at the right circle. The left circle is somebody else identified in charge. He's wearing a white T-shirt, pants, and he has his rifle in his hand also.
Are you able to see anyone else in that photograph that you were able to get a clear vision of?
No.
Can you go back to 112? At any time during the point of your investigation, were you able to identify this person that is clearly shown in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
Who did you identify that person to be?
Julian Conley.
And do you see that person seated here in court today?
Yes.
And if you could, please identify him for the record.
Sitting in the middle of his council, blue tie, blue jacket on, blue shirt. He has his hair cut this time though.
Did you review any other video footage in that area?
Yes, so of course all the video cameras that we pulled from the each store, and I also from the MARTA bus.
And I want to talk about the All-American package store. Can you tell us, did you review video surveillance in that case?
Yes, I did.
And in that case, were you able to get different angles of what was going on in the parking lot of the All-American package store?
Yes.
What time did you observe any illegal activity going on in that parking lot?
Yes, I observed what now my suspect and another suspect pointing their rifles at a couple that just drove through the barricade.
Let me ask you, that MARTA bus, do you recall what the time was that you were able to capture those videos and images of the defendant?
I believe it was 9:30 or something around that time. It was close to the time of the incident, within the hour.
I'm going to pull back up 107 and see if you see that.
Okay. Yeah, so the time is 21:14, which is 9:14.
And that's when the MARTA bus is in the area being turned around.
Yes, correct.
And that's when this defendant is at the MARTA, that's where the driver is, where you would normally get in the car?
Yes.
You have to get onto the bus.
Yes.
And you indicated that you observed another incident in front of that All-American package store.
Yes, I want to say about 9:39, a couple was assaulted as they tried to go through the barricade.
And were you able to capture the individuals that assaulted that couple?
Yes.
And was one of those individuals, were one of those individuals the same individuals that you observed in that MARTA bus video?
Yes, he was my suspect with the red shirt on who identified as Julian Conley.
And what about the other individual that was caught by the MARTA bus?
Yes, I was able to identify him. His name was Jerryian McKinney.
Exhibit 114 through 116. And you said it was about, the MARTA bus incident occurred around 9:14, and this incident occurred around 9:30 something?
Yes, I believe 9:39.
So I'll go back for how many minutes is that?
14 minus 39.
So the law enforcement thing is not,
Nah.
would it be fair to say it's less than 30 minutes?
Yes, correct.
If you could look at State's exhibits 111 and 116, do you recognize those?
114 and 116.
114 and 116.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how are you able to recognize those?
So in the 114, that's going to be circled of the McCords. They were victims of this assault. And in 116, the circle is going to be Julian Conley pointing his rifle.
Is that a fair, is State's exhibit 114 through 116 a fair and accurate depiction of what was observed by you on that video?
Yes.
Has there been any deletions, additions, alterations made to those photographs?
No.
Are those screen snaps or screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
I'd ask the State's exhibit 114 through 116.
No objection, Your Honor.
If they may be published. And can you tell us what is depicted in State's exhibit 114?
Yes, this is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord. They're exchanging words after they had the weapons pointed at them, and they drove through the barricade. They pulled over into the parking lot.
At the time when you observed this video, did you know the identification of those individuals?
No.
And if you would look at the top of the screen, are you able to see a time stamp on there?
Should be 2139. Yes, I'm sorry, 939.
How were you able to identify the couple in that photograph?
They called 911 when I was researching the 911 calls for my incident. Of course, after watching the video, I asked our operator to research any other 911 calls, and she found one.
And were you able to make contact with the McCoys?
Yes.
And did you interview them?
Yes.
And what did you learn during the course of your interview with them?
It said Mr. McCord stated he and his wife were, they live in the area, not too far from this location. They were on their way home. They drove up to the roadblock, and they was encountered by a male with no shirt on, with a shotgun, and my suspect with the red shirt.
Were you able to learn where they first encountered those armed men?
Yes, it was just off camera at the, let's say, the second barricade.
And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 118. You recognize State's Exhibit 118?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately, what is it, first of all, I'm sorry?
So it's going to be the vantage point from the BP, and the arrow is pointing to that barricade.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you observed from that video surveillance from the BP?
Yes, it does.
Has there been any alterations, deletions, manipulations in State's Exhibit 118?
No.
State Potential State's Exhibit 118.
No objection, Your Honor.
And can you circle that barricade that you indicated? And in your investigation and conversation with the McCoys, were they able to make it past that first barricade?
Yes, they were able to make it past it. and that's when they pulled into the parking lot.
Is there some portion of the interaction that the McCords had with, first of all, what did the McCords tell you happened once they approached that barricade?
So you said he was approached. Standing on the driver's side was who I identified as Julian Conley now. The male with the shotgun was standing, I believe, in front of his vehicle. They told him that he needed to turn around. He expressed to them that he lives in the area. He said that the male in the red shirt, which he later identified as Julian Conley, said that you're being disrespectful. So at that point, he drove off into the parking lot and continued to exchange words with them.
At this time, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 2. Can you tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 2 that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, so this is going to be the, I guess you would say, the northeast corner of the American Package Store. This is looking, if you look straight ahead, you're going to see the BP parking lot. If you look down further to the right, the barricade is just out of view.
And what's that time step on there?
2137.
And what are we observing at this point?
You're seeing vehicles drive through the area.
Are you able to recognize whose vehicle that is?
Yes, that's Mr. McCord's vehicle.
At some point in time, are they headed towards where those barricades are located?
Yes, they're going to be going westbound, and they should go westbound and turn into the parking lot of the package store.
I'm going to try to make this go along a little faster so we'll rewind. And Your Honor, we are skipping past to make this move along a little bit faster rather than waiting, because I asked Detective Shepard, are they down and out of camera view for some period of time?
Yes, they are.
And the state is going to start at 2139.20 on exhibit number 2, which is the raw footage of all the surveillance cameras that were taken from the surveillance areas.
If this tech is not as sharp, I'm going to start at 21:39:12 for the record. So 20 seconds later.
And you see Mr. McCord's vehicle coming in frame.
And where are they pulling into?
They're pulling into the package store parking lot.
And if we could skip to, book, I'll let you know. What if anything is occurring?
So what's going on off camera is what you see, what we saw earlier, them getting out of their vehicle, exchanging words, but you can't see it because they're in the parking lot because this angle is looking down.
What, if anything, do you observe in State's Exhibit number 2 at timestamp 21:39:52?
You see a male approaching from the bottom right. He's brandishing a firearm, walking up to the vehicle.
Were you ever able to identify who that person was?
No,
Did you ever get a clear view of him like you did of the defendant?
no,
Or Mr. McKinney?
no.
What is happening at this time?
So at the top of the screen, you see my suspect, Julian Conley, coming into the frame, pointing his AR-15.
And what's the timestamp on State's Exhibit number 2 of the All-American Raw footage video?
21:40:21.
And what is depicted at that timestamp?
That's, you see Julian Conley approaching the McCords while they're in the parking lot with his rifle pointed at them.
Did Hero go back to get the jury? Did you see Hero go back?
Yes.
Okay. We'll put the exhibit back on the screen that was up when the objection happened. Right over here with this so I can look at them. So if you guys want to let your other witnesses go until Monday, that's okay with me. You don't have to make them sit here. You did? Okay.
So, I guess I need to tell my witnesses on Tuesday.
So how many will you have left on Monday, do you think? A cross of this witness? Tuesday?
Probably be done Monday afternoon, that's what I think.
That's
This
fine.
is the real-
Tuesday. We're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, members, you can be seated. Members of the jury, I have a brief instruction to read you. Can you all hear me well? I'm sorry, I can't look at all of you, but I won't be on the microphone if I move past this computer. All right, the witness has identified the individual in exhibits 111 and 112 as the defendant Julian Conley. The witness is permitted to identify the defendant by name with respect to those two exhibits. During his testimony, Detective Shepard will also be permitted to describe an individual whose face is obscured or not in focus as having an appearance consistent with the individual he identified in Exhibits 111 and 112. To the extent that the detective used the defendant's name just before the break in reference to a photograph in which his face was not visible, you are to disregard the improper use of the defendant's name in that instance. You, the jury, and only you, will decide whether identification has been proven through the evidence presented by the state in this trial. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could start with the safety exhibit number 2 at timestamp for 21. All-American package store. I think I left off. We're stopping at states at 2 at timestamp 2140, 24. Do you see any individuals in this timestamp screenshot with weapons?
Yes, I do.
If you could please circle that individual. And could you describe what he's wearing and what he's doing for the members of the jury?
Look like he's wearing blue jeans. He's pointing a rifle and some sort of vest. Like,
Were you ever able, in regards to this individual, get an unobscured, clear photograph or image of this individual with this handgun at any time during your investigation?
no, I was not.
If you were ever able to get a clear image of that individual, what would you have done?
He would have been charged.
What would you have charged him with?
Party to the crime, murder.
In regards to who are the victims in this particular incident?
So in this particular incident, they're walking from the barricade towards the McCords.
In regards to this individual, were there any charges in regards to the McCoy?
Yes, he would have been. If I would have been able to identify this individual, he would have been charged with aggravated assault.
This other individual is there another individual in this time stamp of 2040, 25?
That's the only individual I see with a gun. Okay, I see another individual walking towards the barricade with the gun. And I also see the subject that my suspect dressed in a distinctive red shirt, carrying a satchel, AR-15 hanging down. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
The individual that's depicted in State's Exhibit 21 at 2 at 2140-36. Can you describe what that individual is wearing?
Yes, ma'am. He has a distinctive red shirt on. The back of the red shirt, he has bright white colors, white lettering. He has a black satchel and an AR-15 pistol hanging from his satchel, and he's wearing light and color pants.
Is that description of what that individual is wearing consistent to the individual that you identified in State's Exhibit 112 and 111?
Correct.
Can you tell us what's going on right now?
So at this point, on the other side, that we can't see the McCords are getting ready to drive away. Again, we see the suspect wearing the bright red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, carrying the satchel and the AR-15 hanging from his side, walking back to that driveway, to that parking lot.
If you could just circle what you're talking about. And do you see other individuals at this time stamp for 2140-39?
There's an individual in front of him also walking.
Were you ever able to get a clear identification of any of these other, first of all, how many other people do you see in this time stamp screen?
In this timestamp screen, I still see the one that was had the handgun. He's walking back away from the parking lot. My suspect.
Right, disregard the use of the name.
Your Honor, I would ask for
the jury.
Your order was just given, the instruction was just provided to the jury, and we had the same behavior again. I don't know how we undo the fact that the jury has heard it for a third time now.
And Judge, he immediately said, I'm sorry, it's clear that it was unintentional. It is very difficult because he knows who he is identified. He knows that this individual is the person that he believes to be Jerryian Shepard based on the identification for 112. He immediately said, I'm sorry, my bad. It shows that it's not intentional. It's human nature. He's trying, Ron, but I think you asked him to disregard it. They haven't indicated, they should follow the court's instruction.
Your Honor, the fact that the jury is responsible for determining who they think is on the video. The witness has been giving conclusion after conclusion when he's asked questions to influence the jury in believing, taking his opinion based on what's in the video, and giving that instruction, telling the witness not to give his opinion about who is on the video is not difficult. He's an officer who has been an officer for 20 years. He knows what he's supposed to not say, and the court has just instructed him on what he should not say. And so in terms of making a mistake in front of the jury on 3 different occasions, it can't be anything but intentional at this point.
Okay, his job is to come in and explain to the jury why he arrested your client and why he suspected your client. This is a very challenging field with Brad because we're letting him say the suspect and not the defendant's name. It appeared to me completely unintentional, but that said, do we need to quit for the day so he'll be squared away for Monday?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I'm going to deny the motion for this trial and give him a chance to rest and really absorb
ready, Your Honor? I got you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, I appreciate your immediate stopping and apology to the jury and investigator to disregard the use of his name. So just in case, let me explain what we talked about in here. So when you reference any person whose face is invisible, it's fine to say that individual matches the person you identified in the video previously.
Gotcha.
And maybe it will help you to stop referring to him as my subject. That'll help you not to think you're going to saying my subject, Julie Common. But it's absolutely appropriate for you to identify him by name on exhibits 111 and 112. No problem with that. You guys can do that repeatedly. When you're looking at the other videos, refer to him as a person who reaches the discretion. If you can, and you can go through all of the details and body language
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, will we have that stricken from the record?
Like if you want it.
I do, I'm asking, I'm moving to strike that from the record.
You want to strike what was said from the record?
Yes, I want the jury to have an instruction, but I want to make
You
sure
want it
that,
record.
I want to make sure what we discussed. Yes, what we discussed is on the record.
It is, absolutely.
That's what I want to know.
Okay. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
All right, for the jury. Jury, is that kind of for?
Better? Okay. To the extent that the defendant's name is used specifically in identifying exhibits that are not 111 or 112, you're to disregard the use of his name. And ultimately, you and only you will decide whether the defendant has been identified. Okay, go right ahead.
I think we stopped there at timestamp 21:40:39. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 112. In states 112, is that the same person that you just identified as timestamp 20:40:39 in states exhibit 2?
Yes.
And you know that person to be whom? In states exhibit 112.
Julian Conley.
Is the defendant Julie Conley wearing the same clothing as the person that's depicted in states 2 and 21:40:39?
Yes.
Is that a red shirt,
Red shirt,
light jeans,
light jeans.
black backpack, black do-rag, black shoes,
Correct. With the
AR-15 swinging on the side?
correct.
And we're going to go back to states exhibit number 2, starting at the timestamp of 21:40:39. Were you able to identify any other suspects in State's Exhibit 2 marked at 214046?
No, just one suspect I was able to identify.
Do you see the person in the white at the top of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And at some point during the course of your investigation, is that person wearing the same outfit that you observed the second suspect at the MARTA bus video?
Yes, the subject that's further to the left, my left,
And
is,
please separate so I don't know what
okay.
you're talking about.
The subject right here I was able to identify.
And were you able to identify him from the MARTA bus image that you had received of that person?
The MARTA bus image and also another camera that he walked past at the liquor store, walked right in front of the camera.
At some point in time, I think you indicated that you had received images and video surveillance from various different angles and points. At some point in time, did you make a compilation of all of those different vantage points around the same time stamp?
Yes, I put all the video angles and made it like a puzzle and put them all together so you can see it at different vantage points at the same time.
And are those vantage points that we talked about, the VP, the All-American, and the warehouse?
Correct.
Then published to the jury, State's Exhibit 2. And in making that compilation, did you make any markings or anything to identify the suspects that you were, that were circles of interest in the aggravated assault against the McCoy?
Yes, I was able to circle them with different color circles.
And those individuals that you circled, what was the description of the clothing that they were wearing?
Suspect 1, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, a satchel, AR-15 hanging from the side, blue jeans, do-rag, and dread-like twists coming from his hair. Suspect number 2, white shirt, blue jeans on, and he was also carrying an AR-15 style pistol or rifle.
At this vantage point, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 2, are there 4 different camera views?
Yes, so the bottom right corner is from the BP gas station. The top right corner is from the package store. The top left corner is from that northeast corner of the package store. The bottom left corner is the further, like the west part of the building of the package store.
And on that bottom right corner, is there a circle there?
Yes, that's going to be circled my suspect number 2 in the yellow circle. And which you can see him in both angles.
Is that the McCord's car circled in green?
Yes, it is. And this is when they're driving westbound and pulling into the parking lot of the package store, which you're going to see in the top right-hand corner.
in that bottom camera angle, is that suspect 2 appearing back in the screen?
Yes, he's going to be circled in the yellow circle, which is across the street again at the BP station.
What direction is he headed towards?
He's headed toward the parking lot of the package store.
Mr. McCord is having what appears to be a
He-
heated conversation with someone.
Yes, he's having a verbal exchange with the gentleman he just drove through the barricade at.
In what direction is that doing? Was that first video that we saw with those individuals coming by that, where the trash can was in State's Exhibit 2, around that 21:20:39 timestamp?
Yeah, so the view that we were previously looking at, that's the backside view. And when you saw them walking towards the parking lot, this is the actual parking lot that they're walking towards. At the bottom right-hand corner, you see suspect number 1 that's wearing the red shirt, bright white letters on the back, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 on the side. He's circled in the red.
What direction is he headed now?
He is also heading westbound toward the package store.
And is that where we see McCord's outside of the car this time?
Correct. The barricade is just behind him. The top left-hand corner, that's the backside. The yellow circle, that's going to be suspect number 2.
Has suspect number 1 peered into the
Yeah.
screen?
Suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, bright letters, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging, the satchel on the side. He's circled in red.
Is the AR hanging right now?
No, he has it raised and pointed
What direction is it pointing?
towards the McCoys. Do you see both individuals going back towards the barricade?
And here, do you see your suspect number 1 circled in red?
Yeah, suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, white letters, AR-15 hanging on the side, the satchel. He's pointing towards the parking lot, where suspect number 2 is diverting his attention back to the parking lot. Suspect number 2 is in the yellow circle.
What direction is suspect 2 now heading?
Suspect number 2 is going back through the parking lot in a direction the McCoys had just retreated in.
And is that the direction that suspect number 1 is heading towards?
Correct. And you see suspect number 2 walking back towards the barricade.
And where is suspect 2 heading towards now?
Suspect number 2 is heading back to the barricade where they just left.
Suspect 2 appear back in the screen at this point?
Yes, suspect number 2 is circled in the yellow, is walking back to the BP parking lot.
Do you recall what time this is?
I believe it's 2140, maybe close to 2141 now.
As a result of what you observed in State's Exhibit number 2, the video compilation, did you do anything next as part of your investigation?
Yes, I took screenshots of those videos of the subjects who walked in front of the camera, and I completed the police bulletin of.
What's a police bulletin?
This is where we create to get to the media and also give out on the canvas when we're doing our canvas trying to talk to witnesses. And we do that to try to solicit information.
And is that was in State's Exhibit 123 through 125? Are those lolos that you created?
Yes.
And do they fairly accurately depict the lolos that you created?
Yes.
Any additions made to them?
No, everything's the same.
Any deletions?
No.
Any manipulation?
No.
Say that's State's Exhibit 123 through 125 in this intact.
Objection.
No objection.
Okay, they're admitted and you can display.
Is this your suspect number 2 that's in State's Exhibit 123?
Yes, that's suspect number 2.
What's in his hand?
It's the AR-15 rifle.
And what's the reward amount that's listed at this time?
It's been growing as the investigation goes on. It was at that point 20,000.
And State's Exhibit 124.
State 24 is going to be suspect number 2, and also we have the victim, Secoriea Turner.
In State's Exhibit number 125, what photograph did you use to make that bolo?
This State Exhibit 125, that bolo was taken from the MARTA video.
And would that be the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 112?
Correct.
And were you able to make an identification of that individual?
Yes.
And who did you identify from State's Exhibit 125 and 112 to be?
Jerryian Shepard.
At some point, did you learn the name of suspect number 2?
Yes.
How did you learn his name?
I got a call from a lady who said that she just got back from out of town. Her son was on the news, and she wanted to come down and clear his name.
And did they come down?
Yes.
Who came down?
It was suspect number 2 and his mother.
And at that time, did you learn his name?
I did.
Okay.
Correct.
And what was that name?
Jerryian McKinney.
And did you interview Jerryian McKinney?
I did.
Reading his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what did you learn about the incident during the interview with Jerryian McKinney?
So Jerryian McKinney gave a statement, stated that he did not know any of the individuals that he was speaking with on video at the barricades. He stated that he was down there doing a celebration, and he was not at the barricade when of course, when the Secoria's Jeep drove through.
Did he identify himself as being the person that State's Exhibit 124?
He did.
Did he identify himself as being the person holding this long gun or assault rifle
Yes.
out there on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Did he identify himself as being the person wearing that white shirt and black jeans?
Yes.
Was he able to give you the identification of any other individuals out there?
No.
Did he admit to having a weapon?
At that time, he said that his weapon was stolen. He also stated that he went to the Edgewood area right after this incident, and someone broke into his car and stole his AR-15.
And is that Edgewood area, is that the area where you indicated that you were involved in an investigation where there was a shooting where 16 people were shot and 2 people were killed?
Correct.
And he indicated that he went down there with that assault rifle?
Correct.
So we looked at the video from the All-American. Did you have any other videos that you reviewed?
Yes. Of course, we had the BP and the warehouse video, the 100 University.
In those videos, were you able to observe the shooting of the Jeep that Secoriea, Charmaine, and Omar were riding in?
Yes.
And what did you observe? What vantage point were you observing? Were you able to observe that shooting?
So the compilation that I was explaining that was put together like a puzzle, it covers all vantage points. And there's no blind spot, so you have the package store vantage point, so we'll be just looking across the street from the BP, and the warehouse, which covers the backside of the vantage point.
Did they have a time stamp on that?
Yes.
Videos? What time do you observe that Jeep passing through that barricade
I believe it was approximately 21:46 hours.
in real time?
I'm sorry, 9:46 p.m.
And how much time had passed between the assault between the McCords and when you see this Jeep passing through the surveillance cameras from the different vantage points?
Less than 4 minutes, approximately.
Can you tell us about exactly what you observed as that Jeep drove through that area?
So after watching the video, I observed and confirmed that suspect number 2 did walk away from the barricade. However, suspect number 1 stayed at the barricade. From that vantage point, I was able to identify suspect number 1 from his bright red shirt, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 hanging from the side. The Jeep drove through. He and about 3 or 4 other armed individuals tried to stop the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, suspect number 1 fired his assault rifle multiple times inside the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, there's 2 or 3 more bursts where he shot as the vehicle was driving away, which one of those rounds struck Secoriea.
Was there any other individuals standing at that barricade as the Jeep went through?
Yes.
Can you describe what they were wearing, if anything?
So they had dark color clothes on. I couldn't make their identification. And that's about it with those. I couldn't identify them.
Were they armed?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what Omar and Charmaine had told you about seeing individuals in all black or dark clothing at the barricades with weapons as they drove through?
Yes, that is consistent.
Were you ever able to give an identification of those other individuals that were standing at the barricade? How many, did you say 2 or 3?
I would say roughly 2 to 3.
Were you able to get any identification of those other 2 or 3 individuals standing at the barricade?
No.
So I want to be clear, you had 2 or 3 other individuals, they're dressed in all black, and they're armed.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Okay, it's just clarifying. He can answer that question and then move on.
And there's one other suspect standing there with red shirt on?
The suspect number 1 was there with his bright red shirt, satchel, AR-15, blue jeans, white letters on the back of that red shirt.
When you observed that Jeep going through, did you observe anybody being hit by the Jeep that Omar was driving and that was Secoriea was sitting in that back seat?
No one was hit.
Did you see anybody fall to the ground and get up shooting?
Nobody fell to the ground and started shooting.
How many people were shooting at that vehicle as it passed by?
Suspect number 1 definitely shot. It is observed. And as the vehicle is driving away, you see another shot within that group. It's from like a distant shot that just goes off very quickly. And that's the only burst that I see in that area, in that group.
Mr. Ravis, maybe I need you to lift your floor.
I think I can handle it. May not be as strong as Mr. Reyes.
She wasn't trying to imply anything.
As the vehicle is passing by and going through the barricade, what side was suspect number 1 standing on?
On the driver,
If this is the driver's side, this is the passenger side.
the driver's side.
And so suspect 1 is standing over here.
Correct.
As the car is moving, are shots being fired into that car?
Yes.
So that it's moving vehicle, if Mr. Biden was moving around, he was moving a little bit.
Correct.
Hard to determine through trajectory rods.
Correct.
the path of that bullet.
Correct.
At some point, as it's passing by, are there defects and bullet holes being entered into that driver's side?
Yes, the defects was consistent with the pattern of the vehicle was being driven, and as it passed, it also stayed consistent with those two bursts that we see, suspect number one, which entered the back of the vehicle.
And so at some point it gets past and the back of the vehicle is in front of suspect number one?
Correct.
And that's that suspect that had on a red shirt, white leather, light jeans, dark shoe, do-rag.
With the dreads hanging from the side and AR-15.
At that point, is that AR-15 hanging?
It was, but at that point, as they drove through, he raised his AR-15, and as the vehicle drove through, he began to shoot.
Did you notice as that vehicle is passing through the barricade, anyone on the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes.
What did you notice?
The windows were rolled up. They were just occupying the vehicle and being driven normally.
Did you ever see any shots being fired out of that vehicle?
No, none.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119, 120, 121, 121A, and 121B. If you could look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
And do they fairly act, what are they, first of all?
This is going to be the Exhibit 119 is going to be the vantage point from the warehouse, the backside vantage point. Exhibit 120 is going to be when the actual Secoria's Jeep is driving past the barricade. 121B is Secoria's Jeep going to the barricade, and you see a slither of suspect number one standing at the barricade. Exhibit 121A is a close-up view of what we already talked about, the vehicle being driven by and shot. And 121, Exhibit 121 is showing the muzzle flash as the vehicle's driving by from suspect number one.
And the State's Exhibit 119 through 121A, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that video?
Yes, it is.
And are these screenshots like we talked about before that you grabbed from the video as you were looking at it?
Yes.
Have there been any additions, deletions,
No.
alterations,
None.
manipulations made to those?
None.
That's the State's Exhibit 119 through 121A being admitted to evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted and you can publish.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 119?
Yeah, so the red circle is circled around Secoria's Jeep that she was riding in. The red arrow is pointing towards suspect number one.
Are you able to see, the clothing that you had described, those light jeans and red shirt?
On the live video, yes, you're able to see it. What you see in the arrows pointed, that's the AR-15 kind of peeking out from behind that tree.
And what's the timestamp on State's Exhibit 119?
9:46.
And State's Exhibit number 120, what's the detail in that?
That is Secoria's Jeep driving past suspect number 1 and the other armed individuals at the barricade.
Now, in State's Exhibit 120, do you see that area that we talked about in State's 57B where the Williams family was?
Yes.
Can you please circle where that is? On the Jeep, are the windows up or down?
They're up.
State's Exhibit 121. You could, what's depicted in State's 121?
So this is a continuing motion of the Jeep with Secoria in it that's continue to drive.
Do you see the individual that you have described as being suspect number 1 in State's Exhibit 121?
Yes.
Is that individual wearing the same light colored jeans, dark colored shirt?
Yes, light color blue jeans, red shirt, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, satchel on the side, carrying the AR-15.
What is he doing? Suspect number 1, what are they doing right now?
At this particular picture, at this exact moment, he's shooting in the side of the vehicle, and as it passes, he fires 2 more times.
Are you able to see when the shot is fired from that weapon?
Yes, if you look closely, you can see the muzzle flash.
Can you please circle that for me, ladies and gentlemen? And the other individuals, are they depicted, that was at the barricade, are they depicted there?
Yes.
Is anybody on the ground?
Nobody's on the ground.
What kind of clothing are they wearing?
Dark color clothing.
I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 121B. Can you tell? What is the piece in State's 121B?
So this is Secoria's Jeep that's driving through the barricade. And if you look a little bit left to the barricade, you can see suspect 1's light color pants.
If you could circle suspect 1's black color pants. What direction is suspect 1 headed towards?
Suspect 1 is facing, if you look on that intersection, you're facing towards 75, which is west. Secoria's Jeep is going east, so they're crisscrossing that way.
And would that be the right side, the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, that's the driver's side of the vehicle.
Is the suspect walking away from the vehicle?
He's walking towards the vehicle.
And State's Exhibit 121A. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit 121A?
Yeah, so suspect number 1 wearing a bright red shirt, blue jeans, satchel, AR-15. He is raising his AR-15 at this moment as Secoria's vehicle is approaching.
Can you please circle? That's suspect number 1. And is that the same clothing that the individual was wearing in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
And as the vehicle is coming through, do they drive through the barricade?
No, they drive around the barricade.
What did it appear they were doing? Like, did they move around? Did it drive straight? What did the vehicle have to do that you observed in the video?
So the vehicle just appeared to drive around the barricade and continue driving eastbound on University.
Did the Jeep kind of go up on the curb?
A little bit because it had to avoid the barricade.
And we're gonna go back to state's exhibit number 2. State's exhibit number 2, what vantage point was depicted in this video before you?
It's going to be the backside. It's going to be the warehouse vantage point.
And what's the timestamp?
It is 9:45.
And are you able to see those 3 individuals in black at the barricade in this portion of the video?
Yes.
Is the vehicle taking on fire at this point?
Yes.
Are you able to observe, what are muzzle flashes?
Muzzle flash is when it's like an expellant of the explosion from the gunpowder when the gunshot is, when the firing pin hits the shell casing, it explodes and causes a muzzle flash.
And is that muzzle flash coming from the gun that suspect number 1 that you described wearing that red shirt, light blue jeans, black shoes, and do-rag?
Yes.
And was that AR-15 similar to the one at 660M?
Yes.
At this point, is there any violation of laws for what the Jeep driving through that barricade?
No violation whatsoever.
And for purposes of time, Your Honor, we'll skip ahead for the time stamp to 9:45.
Okay, thank you. Of exhibit number,
Exhibit number 2, so raw footage from the warehouse location?
Yes, correct.
okay, thank you.
And what vantage point are we looking at right now in State's exhibit number 2, marked time stamp 9:45:08?
So this is the second camera from the warehouse, And it's covering the backside barricade. The top of the screen, that's where the Jeep drives through.
Let me ask you, in this vantage point, are there individuals at that backside of the barricade?
Yes, it is.
And what clothing are they wearing?
I see 2 white T-shirts, but the rest of them have dark color clothes on.
Were you ever able to identify any of
And my suspect number 1, dressed in red shirt, white letters on the back, light jeans, black satchel, and AR-15.
And is there another photograph next to that?
Yes, that's going to be the picture from the press conference.
Has there been any additions or deletions to it?
No.
I asked the States Exhibit 117 be admitted, 17A be admitted. 17A? Yes. And did you put those two pictures side by side?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I wanted to make a side-by-side comparison.
And when you made that comparison, what did you find?
I found that this was the same person.
Was there any difference between how suspect number 1 appeared when you saw him on that MARTA video and throughout the night on July 4th and what he appeared to look like when he did that press conference with his attorney?
Yes, it appears that suspect number 1 attempted to alter his appearance by cutting off his hair.
Let me ask you, sorry, I'm having a little IT difficulties here. Up on the screen, is that split photograph that you did to confirm that Julian Conley was, in fact, the suspect number 1 from the shooting of Secoriea Turner?
Yes, that is correct.
Prior to this press conference, had any of the videos that you reviewed been released?
Yes, the MARTA bus video when suspect number 1 approached the door, and of course the news bulletin that I placed in there.
Had any video of the actual shooting been released?
No, no video of the actual shooting was released.
Had any information, any of those videos, the video of the shooting, been released to Mr. Patterson?
No, no videos were released to the public or anyone. I kept that inside the case file.
And you indicated that Mr. Patterson made statements about what occurred at the barricade.
That's correct.
Did you give him that information?
No, I did not give him that information.
Is it fair to say he got that from his client?
Yes, that is fair. He got that information.
Was Julian Conley standing next to Mr. Patterson when he made his statements about somebody getting hit by a car and falling down to the ground and getting up and start shooting?
Yes, he was standing to the left.
Did Mr. Conley stop him and tell him, no, that's not right?
No, he did not.
Was there any mention of anything about somebody shooting from the Jeep as it passed by and the shots rang out?
Not,
Press conference.
no, not at that press conference, no.
And we're going to play States Exhibit 106. He's pulling it up. Prior to this press conference, were you certain who the shooter was as far as it being suspect number 1?
Prior to the press conference, yes, I was.
What was the only thing you was missing?
That nexus that I needed for him to identify himself from the video.
And at that press conference, did you get that identification and the name of the person that you used to shoot?
I did.
And what was that name?
Julian Conley, as identified as my suspect number 1. Red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15.
I think at some point, maybe you had mentioned during the course of the investigation that you were 99.99% sure that suspect 1 was your shooter.
That is correct.
After the press conference, what was that percentage?
110%.
The mother of this 8-year-old girl killed while trying to go to a store is pleading with the public to help find her killer. We spoke exclusively to one of the men who police say is a person of interest in that shooting.
Channel 2's Tom Jones live in Midtown Atlanta. And Tom, the man told you he's comfortable speaking publicly because he says he didn't shoot anyone.
George, that's what Julian Conley says. He admits he was at the scene, says he saw what happened, but says he did not shoot anyone. I attended a news conference on Zoom where 8-year-old Secoriea Turner's parents pleaded with the public for help finding her killer.
Please help. Y'all help y'all daughter. I don't hear.
The parents of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner pleaded for help finding the person who shot and killed their daughter.
Then somebody say something because Secoriea life matters.
Secoriea was in her mother's SUV July 4th on University Avenue. That's when gunmen who police say had illegally barricaded the entrance to the store they were trying to get to opened fire on the car, killing the child. Police have named 2 people as persons of interest. Attorneys for the family says someone knows who they are.
We want the community's help in getting his name.
His name is Julius Conley.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says Julian Conley is the second person of interest police are looking for. He says Conley did not shoot Secoriea.
He was on the scene on that particular day, but he committed no crime whatsoever.
Conley told me he feels terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
I asked if Patterson will make Conley available to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
Meanwhile, Secoria's mother says she wants to hear from anyone who knows what happened.
You don't have to call the police, lawyers, nobody. Write me, call me.
And the reward for a conviction in this case is now at $50,000. Patterson says Conley doesn't know the name of the person who shot Secoriea, but he says he can explain how the shooting unfolded. I'll be working on that part of the story for Channel 2 Action News at 6. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And the reward in this case is now $50,000. All you have to do is call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. You don't have to give your name, and you can still get that reward. Again, that number 404-577-TIPS.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
A man called a person of interest in an 8-year-old girl's murder, saying he's innocent. Only Channel 2 Action News spoke with him today. Channel 2's Tom Jones with us live on this story in Midtown. So, Tom, the man said that he was there that night, but he didn't shoot into that car.
That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time. He says he was at the scene and didn't know the shooter, and he feels bad that a child lost her life.
I feel terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea Turner.
19-year-old Julian Conley admits he was at the scene on University Avenue July 4th when 8-year-old Secoriea Turner was shot and killed.
Did you shoot anyone?
No.
Did you open fire that day?
No, sir.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says his client saw himself on television as a person of interest.
The fact that he looked like he's guilty by showing somebody's picture on television, he had to set the record straight.
Police have been searching for the gunman who shot Secoriea near the where Rayshard Brooks was killed. Officers say someone shot in Secoria's mother's car after she tried to get through an illegal barricade someone had set up. Patterson says Conley told him a man driving Secoria's mother's car drove through the barricade and hit a man with a rifle.
And when that person fell to the ground, that person got up and started firing at that vehicle.
I asked if he will allow his client to talk to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
At this news conference, Secoria's parents pleaded for the public to come forward and tell who killed their daughter.
The lady, she had on a black shirt and she was recording. Please come forward.
And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time, the investigation continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And a lot of interest to get this one right, Tom.
So Detective Shepard, in that press conference, it's indicated that from Jackie Patterson, his client told him what happened.
That is correct.
And from your observation of the videos in this case, let me say from the BP, once that Jeep passed, can you see from the BP what's going on behind those barricades?
You can only see movements and shadows.
From the liquor store, All American Package Store, can you see what's going on behind that barricade?
Same thing from that vantage point, just shadows.
So what's the best vantage point to know what's going on behind the barricade?
The warehouse.
And that's behind the barricades?
Correct.
Now, he admitted to having that AR-15.
That is correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15?
No.
Let me ask you, Detective Shepard, if none of the videos showed the defendant shooting as that Jeep passed by, would you have taken out, first, did you take out warrants?
I did.
What did you take out warrants?
Murder.
If you had never seen him fire that weapon, would you have taken warrants out for him?
Yes.
Why?
He was at the barricade that's party to the crime murder.
What does that mean?
So basically, I can give an example. There's a bank robbery, armed robbery. You have a driver A, and you have passenger B. Driver A pulls up to the bank. Passenger B goes inside the bank. During the course of that aggravated assault and armed robbery, let's say a clerk is killed. Passenger B comes back out, get inside the vehicle with driver A drives off. Not only did driver A participate, he aided and abetted in the felony, and that resulted in the murder, and he took a substantial step and participated in that crime. So that is party to the crime.
So let's talk about something. But in this case, was the defendant just a party to the crime?
No, the defendant in this case, suspect number one, with my red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15, is the shooter that killed Secoriea Turner.
Did you have some other individuals at that barricade that could have been charged with party to the crime?
Yes.
Were you ever able to identify them at all?
No.
If you had that identification for them, would you have taken warrants out for them?
Yes, everyone at that barricade, if I was able to identify, would have been charged with murder.
The folks at the barricade.
Correct.
Now, we know Mr. McKinney was someone else that you took warrants out for. Did you take warrants out for him for murder?
No, I was able to observe right before the Jeep drove through. He walked away from the barricade.
At that barricade, was the defendant, or your suspect, one that you knew him at, was that the only person that fired as that Jeep passed through?
No.
Was there someone else who fired?
Yes.
Do you know what the description of that individual was?
No.
Did you ever get an identification on that person?
No.
After the shooting occurred, through your observation of the video, were there other individuals out there that were still shooting?
Yes, there was another individual down by the tent area. That person discharged a firearm also. This was after the Jeep had already passed through.
And you said down by the tent, I think we talked about that tent
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers' tent. I interviewed their mother early in the investigation, who gave me statements that were greatly exaggerated. That was coming from their tent area.
So there was fire from the tent area where the Williams were. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 57, I believe.
Okay.
And then did you observe any other fire, gunfire from that area?
So there was a male walking from the barricade after the Jeep passed. He appears to fire a handgun into the street. Then he walks over to the Williams tent.
And State 57, is that the Williams tent that we're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know the identification of those individuals at that tent?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers.
Do you know them individually by name? Because there's 4 young men in there.
So I don't see the youngest one. I interviewed the oldest one. I believe his name was DeMarco or Demisio Williams.
And who's that in that red shirt kind of back in the shadow?
I'm not sure who that is. I believe that's the mother because she is the one that set the tent up.
MARTA State's Exhibit 129, 131, and 180.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
So the State Exhibit 129, the male that's walking from the barricade after the Jeep had already passed, this is the subject who fired 1 round, appears from a handgun into the street.
And let me ask you, are those screen grabs from the video of the shooting over at University of Faro?
Yes, yes it is.
And that's 131.
Okay, 131 is going to be a screen grab of an individual down at the Williams brothers tent. He appears to be running from the back of the vehicle out of frame.
And I believe State's 180.
180 is going to be down at the Williams tent, and this is going to be appears a male with no shirt on, discharge the firearm into the direction of where the Jeep just drove.
Has there been any deletions, manipulations, or alterations or additions to the State Exhibit 129, 131, or 180?
No.
I asked the State's Exhibit 129, 131, and 180. No objection. You're not going to have to do this in open action. Things are not in evidence. Can I pass it? And that male indicated that he fired into the street. Were you able to determine whether or not that was a handgun or a long gun that individual used to fire into the street?
It appears to be a handgun.
And then the individual that is firing next to the Williams tent, is that individual firing that weapon with a long gun or with a handgun?
That also appears to be a handgun.
And I think that third individual in States 180, I believe that is near the Williams tent, I believe indicated that had a firearm in his hand. Does that appear to be a long gun or a handgun?
A handgun.
Were you ever able to identify the individual that is walking in the middle of the street that fires that handgun towards the ground?
No.
If you had been able to identify him, what if he would have done as part of the investigation?
You've been charged with murder to party to a crime.
And why would you been charged with murder?
Because he was at the barricade, he participated in the event of blocking off the barricade, and he's present during the barricade when the Secoriea Jeep was shot multiple times.
And what about the individual standing by the tent, firing a shot?
Yes.
What would he have been charged with?
He's been charged with aggravated assault also.
And the third individual that has a handgun by his side?
Yes.
What if he was using charge?
The same party to the crime.
And we're gonna go back to state exhibit number 2, from the warehouse location. Camera 2, starting at timestamp, I believe it's 9:45 or 9:45. And can a handgun fire a 5.56?
No.
A 2.23?
No.
Who is this that we see circling around?
Circling purple, that's the unidentified male who I advised that shot into the ground. And the red arrow is pointing towards a muzzle flash. The blue circle and the red arrow is the gunshot coming from the Williams tent, and red arrows pointing towards the muzzle flash.
Where does that young man go that just fired off all the shots?
Which one?
On this side, possibly. The one that was circled in blue, I believe.
Yeah, they all went off screen. He first comes down to the Williams tent, and then they go off screen.
What about the man that was walking down the street and fired a gun into the street? What direction did he go after firing the shot?
The same direction. Down towards the Williams tent and then off frame. Circled is the black male, blue shorts. At this point, he's holding a handgun. And the red arrow is pointing towards that.
We're going to go back to stage 57. Do you see that young man with the blue shorts on that had the handgun that we just observed in the video?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be the male to the right with the blue shorts on and white shirt.
What were the next steps that you took in the investigation of the shooting and killing of Secoriea Turner?
So at this point, once I was able to get a confirmation on who my suspect number one identity was, I obtained my warrants.
Did you, besides taking out warrants for murder, were there ever any additional charges that you took out in regards to juvenile crimes?
Yeah, I did. I followed up with the McCords, and of course I did a follow-up interview with them. And during that interview, I was able to determine that my suspect number one from the Secoriea Turner shooting was indeed the individual who assaulted him and his wife when he pulled up to the barricade.
How were you able to determine that?
So Mr. McCord advised that when he watched the news, he advised that the male, of course there was two males, one male with no shirt with a shotgun. He said the man that stood at his door dressed in red was in fact my suspect number one, dressed in red, white letters, light colored pants with the AR-15.
So he identified the defendant, Jerryian Shepard, based on the press conference?
Correct. He stated that the same male that was in the press conference with his attorney was the same male that stood at his door with the AR-15.
Detective Shepard, how many days did it take you to take out warrants for Jerryian Shepard for the murder of Secoriea Turner and aggravated assault against the court?
It was about 9 to 10 days.
Was this a rush to judgment?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It was 9 days. In between those 9 days, I can say I maybe got a couple of hours of sleep. We're talking to 20-hour days, some days, and it was constant. There's a constant grind, constant drive, all the way up until the point where I was able to get this identification. Matter of fact, I don't think I had an off day for 12 straight days.
During your observation, talk to us about the observation videos from the BP, All American, and the warehouse. How many hours did you spend looking at those videos?
Countless hours. It's hard to put a number on it. At that time, it was like trying to put a puzzle together, literally. And I had to go down and be familiar with each angle, each vantage point, and understand the position of everyone, of course, the area. And then I had to piece it together frame by frame.
And at some point, did you create a video frame by frame for those individuals that you were able to identify being the suspect number one at the time? You don't know their name, and the suspect two.
Correct.
Case number 6, exhibit number 2. And you can make a compilation of the movement of suspect 1 and suspect 2.
Yes, it's sort of like when you do a collage, when you do pictures. And from this vantage point, you'll be able to see each angle at the same time.
What video is this from?
This is going to be from the MARTA bus. Again, you see my suspect number 1, the red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans. This is the door of the MARTA bus. My suspect number 1, red shirt, blue jeans, AR-15.
And if I recall correctly, this occurred around 9:15-ish?
Correct. And we see the white letters and the do-rag. And here we see the hair coming down from the side. This is from the northeast corner of the package store. Suspect number 1, red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15.
And the timestamp on that?
Is 21:40 hours, 9:40. Here we
I'm sorry, how much time would that have passed between the MARTA bus and the assault of the McCoy?
Roughly 25 minutes. Again, my suspect number 1. And see the AR-15 on suspect number 1. Red shirt, light pants. These are the McCords. Suspect number 1 entering the frame. Red circle. Red shirt, blue jeans. Suspect number 1. AR-15 hanging from the side.
What vantage point is that from?
This is also from the northeast corner of the package store. In that red circle, you see the white letters on the back of his shirt. This vantage point is coming from the BP.
Do you recall what time this is?
It's the same time frame. If you can also notate the white vehicle that is pulling up to the barricade. And if you pause, you see my suspect number 1, white letters on the back, red shirt, light color pants. And this time the white vehicle is turning around.
After the aggravated assault against the McCoys, when you see suspect one walking back towards the barricade, red shirt,
White letters on the back.
do you ever see that suspect come back from behind the barricade?
He kind of lingers in that area until the Jeep comes through.
And how much time passed between the incident with the McCoys and the Jeep coming through?
I'll say approximately 4 minutes. Okay. So if you notice the white car turning around, the red circle is circling my suspect number 1, white shirt, red shirt, white letters on the back. And also if you look on the top vantage point, this is coming from the back of the warehouse. You see the white car turn around. You also use that as a landmark because you see the red circle, which is my suspect number 1. And also you see the vehicle in the bottom frame driving through, you see it in the top frame.
What's going on now?
So the light blue circle, that's Secoriea Turner's Jeep that's coming through the barricade. And also you see suspect number 1 circled in red. And we never lose sight of him on each vantage point from each camera. Also on both frames, you see the red circle, blue circle, suspect number 1.
And at this time, when the Jeep is coming through, are you able to see
The muzzle flash.
the muzzle flash?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shots that you were able to see being fired into that Jeep as it passed by?
2 muzzle flashes.
And how many defects were on the car?
8 defects.
So you only see 2 shots, but you have 8 defects. Explain that to me.
So as the Jeep is passing Julian Conley, the defects are going to the side of the vehicle, around to the back.
Okay. Members of the jury, as you can see, there was an objection, and I'm just going to remind you of the charge last week. So to the extent that the witness has identified the person standing at the barricade by name as Julian Conley, I'm going to instruct you that that is a decision for you to make and no one else. You've heard the detective testify at length about his investigation and conclusions he's drawn. They are just that. They're his conclusions, and you will decide if there's sufficient evidence to determine that that is, in fact, the defendant at those barricades. And so the objection is sustained. Go ahead.
You're going to place State's Exhibit number 2 from the raw footage. What vantage point are we looking at right now, Detective Shepard?
This is the vantage point from the warehouse.
Are those other flashes that you discussed?
That is correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15 that your suspect number 1 was firing those shots at into that unit at all?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
What's the purpose of the question?
To follow up on what he would have done if you got that information. The weapon.
Okay, can you rephrase it?
No, he did not.
Did he admit to having a weapon during the press conference?
No, he did not.
If you had recovered a gun in this case in regards to the shooting of Secoriea Turner, what would you have done?
Okay, he can testify as to what he would have done in the investigation, and you've moved on from the question that the objection was based on, and that's appropriate. You can ask what he would have done had he had that, because that's about his investigation.
So if I did receive any type of weapon in this case, of course, once that weapon is received, we will do a test on it, and we will test fire it. We will test the shell casings that come out of that weapon, also the projectile that comes out of that weapon. Both of those will be tested and confirmed through GBI.
When you say confirm, what do you mean confirm?
So we get like what we call preliminary results. Each time a weapon is fired, that firing pin hits a shell casing, it leaves a unique marking. That shell casing will be placed in what we call nibing. And a projectile will also be tested. That's a preliminary test. It's not confirmed until it goes to the GBI, and they're able to confirm the original preliminary investigation.
Is there an examination that you can determine whether or not the shell casings you found at the scene matches the firearm that you may receive?
Correct. So if I did recover a weapon, I would be able to tell if the spent shell casings that we found on scene actually came from the firearm that I had in my possession.
So that testing, are you able to determine if it is the murder weapon or excluded as a murder weapon?
Either or. It can be either excluded or confirmed.
With a 99.9% certainty?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Do you need a minute before cross-examination, or are you ready for cross? You ready for cross? Okay, that's fine. Will you step out for 5 minutes?
All right, to the jury.
Members of the jury, the planned arrival of your lunch is around 12:15. Okay, go right ahead.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you see me around that screen?
I can see the top of your head.
So I have a few questions for you. We heard a lot of information about the atmosphere related to what was happening at that time in the city. And you mentioned people were upset about, I guess, some of the different events that took place. Did any of that frustration spill over to people being upset with police?
Yes, absolutely it did.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the location where this incident took place was designated as an autonomous zone.
Yes, that is correct.
When did it become an autonomous zone?
At the point that they took over the street, restricted all traffic, pedestrian or vehicle, and set up areas where they started camping, that's when it became an autonomous zone.
And so by it being an autonomous zone, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that police weren't patrolling the area, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay. So how were the police, if people had taken over the area, how were police dealing with that?
So I work in the Central Investigation Division. I don't work in the division where they're patrol division. So their patrol patterns or their directives that they were given, I was not privy to that. My total assignment was investigation.
So does that mean you don't really know what was happening in that area?
Besides them taking over the area, that is correct. As it pertains to directives that was passed down from the chain of command, I have no idea.
And the directive that was passed down through chain of command involved what?
I work in the Central Investigation Division. I am not aware of any directives that came down as it pertains to that area.
So, maybe I'm a little bit confused. You just mentioned the directive that was passed down to officers, but you don't know of the directive that was passed down?
That is correct. I'm not aware of any directives or any patrol patterns that was directed for that area.
But you said people were upset with police. Was there like pressure on the police? How do you know that people were upset with police?
So about a month before this particular Wendy's burned down, we had the George Floyd riots, which had affected Atlanta. After that, we had a couple other incidents leading up to Rayshard Brooks, which resulted in its own riot in that area, which burned down the Wendy's.
And there were people camping out in the Wendy's regularly, correct?
After the area was taken over, after it was burned down, that is correct.
And you say that the area was taken over. But isn't it true that city council and various political figures went to the area to speak with the individuals who were there?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Can you restate the question?
Were there attempts to get the people to disperse from that area?
Again, I work in the Central Investigation Division. I'm not aware of any patrol patterns, any directives, any city councilman. I'm not aware of anything that affected that area.
So that means you don't know if anybody took over the area?
No, that is incorrect. The area was taken over and set up as an autonomous zone.
We'll move on from that. You mentioned that there were barricades there. If you're not familiar with the area, you don't know when those barricades were placed there, do you?
The barricades are placed in the area when the Wendy's burned down, and the barricades was placed around the Wendy's parking lot because the Wendy's had burned down.
And where'd you get that information from?
So once the Wendy's burned down, of course, watching the news, watching social media, you can see that there was also obviously barricades placed around the Wendy's parking lot.
And you mentioned that you had hours of footage that you watched in relation to this incident, correct?
That is correct.
But you don't have any footage showing anybody bringing those barricades to that location?
Bringing barricades to that area a month prior to the shooting.
Can you have the witness be responsive to the questions asked?
Okay, well, just do your best to respond. If you need to explain your answer, let her know that.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's impossible for me to have video footage from the incident that occurred at that time when barricades was exactly pinpointed and blocked off on that street. That is impossible. My incident occurred on July the 4th. That area was set up as an autonomous zone a month prior.
And you mentioned Rayshard Brooks. You know when that happened?
I want to say it's about a month prior to July 4th. It was in June, and it was maybe a month after the George Floyd incident.
And you said you got some of your information from the news. You know when Rayshard Brooks' funeral was?
I have no idea.
So it wouldn't surprise you to know that the barricades were up in June during Rayshard Brooks' funeral?
If you say so, I have no idea. I can't confirm that.
At what time did you start watching video of this incident?
So the time frame that I got, of course, I always start when the 911 call is made, and I go a couple hours before. I say the incident happened about 21:46 hours. I tried to get a video a couple hours before.
How many hours? 2 hours? 3 hours?
A couple hours means 2.
Thank you. And during those hours that you watched before the incident, were you able to identify how many people came to the location?
As far as the participants that's in the autonomous zone,
How many people were in the area of the incident?
I have no idea.
Do you know how many people were in the area of the incident that had firearms?
I would say approximately maybe a dozen or so.
And where are you getting that number from?
It's approximate. It's a guesstimation
Based on what information?
based off the video that I watched.
Okay, so you counted individuals from the video to determine how many people had firearms.
I made an estimate from watching the video of how many participants were walking around with firearms. That is correct.
The video, individuals that you saw with firearms, did they arrive in vehicles?
I have no idea.
You didn't see anybody get off a bus with a firearm? When you watched hours of footage,
I did not see anybody get off a MARTA bus with a long rifle.
okay? Did you see people walk up with firearms to the location in the 2 hours before the incident?
From the incident, what I viewed, you see multiple people walking up and down the street freely with handguns and firearms. That is correct.
But you don't necessarily know how they arrived to that location.
That is correct.
And you mentioned being the lead investigator. When do your duties start as the lead investigator?
As soon as we received that call that we've been advised that a person has been killed, I assumed duties as a lead detective.
Okay. And the first place that you went as a result of that was where?
The crime scene.
Which was where?
So because we had the crime scene itself, the autonomous zone, was too dangerous for police to go inside, and it had to be secured. As I stated before in my testimony, we had the staging area at University and Metropolitan, and that's where we staged at before the area was secure.
So the crime scene area was University and Metropolitan?
Crime scene area was Pryor Street, 1238 Pryor Street.
What's the first thing you did when you got there?
Got to my staging area or the actual crime scene. So by the time we was able to get to the crime scene, of course it was secure. I observed people that was living in the tents, sweeping in the area. We instructed them to stop. We immediately broke off in patterns and started looking for evidence and trying to locate evidence.
How many officers were at the scene when you arrived?
I don't know approximate number of officers, but it is documented in our case file.
Which officer secured the scene before you got there?
So the area was secured by TFOs, our tactical field officers, and that area had to be secured because of safety issues.
And what does it mean when the area is secure?
So that means the area needs to be secure. That means it's unsafe for detectives and anyone to come in and actually work the crime scene.
So that means that individuals in that area are removed from that area?
That means if individuals in that area, if they're creating that area to be unsafe, yes, they are removed from that area. And that area is secured, and it's secured and roped off for evidentiary purposes.
So there shouldn't have been anybody sweeping any streets or moving any evidence because it was secure, correct?
That is correct, but see what you have to understand, inside this autonomous zone, there was a group that was not from Atlanta. This group, what do you want to call them, Antifa, they were hardcore protesters. this group would not move, and they were inside the parking lot, inside the private parking lot of the burned down Wendy's. So that's a totally different group from the suspect number one and his co-defendants. So that group did stay. They were not removed, but they were instructed to stay inside of their tents.
And what were those individuals wearing?
I don't know what they were wearing. They were, can definitely tell they were not from the area.
So let me ask you that. How do you know they weren't from the area?
So I'm from Atlanta. I grew up in Atlanta. I know the demographic of that area. This group of protesters did not fit that demographic in that area.
So let's go into that. What's the demographic of the individuals that you say weren't from the area?
So these were mostly white males and females, and they were not from, like I said, that part of town, and they were not from Atlanta.
So how many of them did you arrest for tampering with evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, this one I'm not clear on what the relevance is to the shooting and the death of Secoriea Turner.
Okay, explain your question.
Your Honor, the question is in reference to the information the officer gave about people sweeping up the area. Sweeping up the area, on direct, he was asked whether or not he saw anybody committing any criminal offenses on the video. I'm asking him about the people that he's saying were still in the area sweeping up the crime scene. I'm asking him what steps were taken to address those individuals who modified the crime scene.
I'll allow it.
Instructions were given to those individuals to stop, and they stopped.
So my question was, how many people did you arrest for modifying the crime scene?
Instructions were given, and they was,
Okay, were there any arrests as a result of that?
no, Your Honor.
Okay.
You said that your job as a lead detective is to collect evidence, correct?
Identify and collect evidence, that's correct.
But you didn't actually pick up the evidence yourself, correct?
That is correct. We have a crime scene tech that is trained and with that procedure of collecting evidence.
And had you watched the video prior to the crime scene personnel arriving on the scene?
Are we referring to the moment of the crime scene? Which part are you referring to?
The videos that tell you what took place, had you observed those before the crime scene techs arrived at the scene?
No, that's impossible. The video hadn't been collected yet. We're still doing our preliminary stages of working the crime scene.
So at that point, when crime scene personnel arrived, you didn't know where the crime scene took place?
No, just like any other crime scene, we don't know where evidence is. That's why we break off and we do a canvass of the area to identify items that need to be collected and identify items of evidence.
So when you got there, were the barricades still there?
Yes, I do believe there are some barricades that were still there.
Okay. Were those barricades blocking the street when you got there?
I'm not sure if they were obstructing the street, but I do remember observing some barricades in the street.
Okay. So where in your report does it document how you determine the area of the crime scene?
So that report is going to be made by a crime scene tech unit. They would come on the scene. Like I said, we do a canvass of the area, we identify the evidence, and we start to document it and collect it. I also instructed an investigator of mine to do what we call a crime scene sketch. And at that point, he is responsible for documenting the crime scene along with the crime scene tech.
So how do you determine where the crime scene tech should focus?
So everything is done simultaneously at the same time. So as we're walking and identifying evidence, it's my job as a lead detective to walk along with the crime scene tech, start to identify evidence, along with the person I instruct to be in charge of the crime scene sketch to also document it. Also, before we conclude that crime scene, we do what we call a debriefing. And in that debriefing, I go over line by line the pieces of evidence that is collected. And that crime scene sketch is given to me and put in the case file.
So if you hadn't observed the video prior to the crime scene tech arriving, you don't actually know what happened or what took place where. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. We go to crime scenes all the time and we don't have video. video is only a luxury sometimes in some of these crime scenes. So we still process the scene as we have it without the video.
So the day of this incident, it was a holiday, correct?
That's July 4th, correct?
Isn't it true that you believe some of the shell casings found could have been part of the celebration that was happening at that location?
That is absolutely a possibility. 4th of July in the city of Atlanta, there's gunshots everywhere. So it is important for us to be meticulous on how we identify evidence and where we collect evidence. That is correct.
You don't know how many of the shell casings that were located were connected to the celebration that was happening?
That is incorrect. Once we collect all the evidence and we start comparing to the actual crime scene as investigation leads from the preliminary stage and ongoing, I identified we had 7 spent shell cases that were 5.56, and as I said, as investigation goes on, a 5.56 projectile was taken out of Secoriea Turner's back.
And when did you find that out?
During the autopsy.
And when did you receive the autopsy report?
So the autopsy report is never done within a couple of days, but it's my job as a lead detective to work hand in hand with the investigator and the doctor so I can get those preliminary findings to help aid in my investigation. Their report is not signed and sealed. It takes time for their report to get done. And there's also a priority list that they have because they have other decedents in their possession that they also have to do reports.
So when did you actually get the report?
That report is going to be documented in the case file as well.
So is it accurate to say that you didn't get the report until 2 weeks after the incident?
So that could be correct. That is correct. But what's important is the information that I get in those first days of investigation from the medical examiner, which aided me in my investigation.
So where in your report does it document when you actually got the information from the medical examiner?
So that report is going to be available inside the report. If you look at the top of the medical examiner report, it's going to state that the doctor who signed off on the report and the date that it was completed.
But that medical examiner's report doesn't say when they talked to you, is that correct?
That's a medical examiner report. That's correct. It's just documenting the actual injuries to Secoriea Turner.
Correct. So you created your own report that detailed what you did as a lead investigator, correct?
That is correct.
And so you would have documented the moment or the date that you got information from the medical examiner, correct?
That's not always true. As we get information from the medical examiner, the investigator, as I said, I know that it's going to be documented in the case file. So if they give me information, let's say where the injury is, what type of projectile is coming out, that's important. Me documenting as I go on, as I speak to them, is irrelevant because I know it's going to be documented inside the report.
So when you were collecting evidence from the scene, you didn't have a medical examiner's report, correct?
That is correct. Only thing we have is what we can collect from the scene.
And you hadn't watched video when you were collecting evidence, correct?
That is correct.
So you didn't know what you were looking for, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Let's talk about the information you did get immediately prior to receiving the medical examiner's report. You talked to witnesses, correct?
No, we call witnesses who actually cooperate. I spoke to multiple individuals who was adamant about not cooperating and not going on record for anything.
Who was Investigator McClure?
Investigator McClure is the detective who was in charge of the crime scene.
So Investigator McClure was at the scene before you?
Again, the area was roped off, so we all got at the same time because it had to be secured by TFO units.
Did you have a conversation with Investigator McClure at the scene?
Yes, yes. I work hand in hand with the detectives on the scene, along with the crime scene checks.
Did you also, do you know somebody named Mike Sprinkle?
Yes.
How do you know Mike Sprinkle?
Mike Sprinkle works in the district attorney's office, Fulton County.
Did you have a conversation with Mike Sprinkle the day of the incident?
I believe so.
In reference to evidence that you discussed on the day of the incident with McClure and Mr. Sprinkle, were you told that somebody was live streaming?
It does call for hearsay. Is there an exception?
Your Honor, this is actually not for the purpose of trying to establish what's actually, it's not for the fact or the matter, it's not being presented to determine whether or not it's for the truth of the matter asserted. It's basically to determine whether the officer knew at the time he made his decisions about how to proceed with the investigation based on the information he said he collected.
Your Honor, I would just say she can ask him to do based on the information, but not ask what that information was. What's the next steps he took in his investigation, but not going into what somebody else may have told.
Your Honor, we're actually dealing with him on cross-examination. He is the lead detective. He wasn't present at the scene. The only way he knows what happened is what people told him.
Okay, a little more context. Will you guys approach?
So on the date of the incident, before you watched surveillance video, were you made aware or of any other videos that may have been created at the time of the incident?
Are you referring to surveillance videos?
No.
What videos are you referring to?
Any other videos that were made contemporaneous with the event by people who were present?
Again, are you referring to surveillance videos?
I am not.
Okay, no, I'm not aware of any other surveillance videos except the ones I collected.
I did not say surveillance videos, sir. Are you aware of other videos that were taken by people who were at the scene?
I'm unaware of any other videos that were taken at the scene. If I was aware of it, it would be included in the case file.
Who is ATL Kell?
I have no idea who is that a witness?
While you were doing your investigation, were you made aware that there were individuals at the scene dressed in all black?
Yes.
Were you aware that those individuals have been described as being dressed like bounty hunters?
The only description that I got of males dressed in all black as dressed as bounty hunters was from Jerryian Turner, Secoria's mom.
So that's a yes.
Yes, that's the only description I got from anybody.
Were you provided pictures of individuals dressed in all black that were identified to you as the shooter?
So if you're referring to the picture that was given to me by Mr. Omar Ivory, he did provide me with a picture with two individuals circling in red, stating that these are the shooters. And he stated that he got that from second and third hand information from the internet that somebody provided him. He provided to me
So
that.
the answer is yes, you did get a picture.
Objection, Your Honor, I would just ask if you would allow him to finish his answer before.
Were you finished?
No, ma'am, I had.
Okay, you
just
can
a
finish your
couple-
answer. Go ahead.
So he provided that picture to me, not stating that he is saying that these are the shooters, but he provided the picture saying that this is what was told to him is the shooters. So it's unconfirmed information, social media, wherever he got that from online.
And so as the lead detective, are you the person responsible for confirming information that's provided to you?
Absolutely. As a lead detective, especially in a case like this, we get so much information. It's like drinking water from a water hose, a fire hose. So we take all the information, no matter where it's coming from, and we put it in the case files. I make a mental note of it. And if that I'm able to confirm later on through the investigation, whether I corroborate through witness statements or other evidence, if that information is in fact valid. So the information that he provided was placed into the case file and documented.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you look at this picture and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is the exact photo that he gave to me.
What do you see in it?
I see 5 individuals dressed in black, all carrying rifles, and I see a male dressed in a white T-shirt standing in the middle. 2 males are circled in red with 2 arrows coming down, and
Would you guys step out for just a minute?
All right, so the jury.
Okay, I'm sorry to send them out, but I just don't have enough context. So who made the marks on the exhibit?
Your Honor, I believe the witness testified that that's how he received the picture. Whether or not he did any further investigation about whether or not Omar is the one who circled the images or put the writing at the bottom, this witness is the one who can tell us more information about it because it was provided to him and put in the case.
Okay, I do think that directly calls for hearsay, but what do you say?
I agree, Your Honor. I think Omar was asked about it. Omar says he had no idea who made the writings or the marks. So we don't know where that information came from. I think Detective Shepard has indicated they were receiving thousands of social media information about it with no identity of who these people are giving that information. So to put something in there then to suggest that the true eyewitnesses in this case is making identification of those individuals as being the person that shot and killed Secoriea Turner is just not accurate.
Your Honor, this is the information. I just asked the witness if he's the person who's tracking down or confirming the accuracy of the information that's provided to him. He said he is. He said he received a picture that was already marked when he got it. He was the person who's responsible for verifying that information. And we don't know whether or not he made the circles, whether or not Omar made the circles, but asking him about it is how we get that information.
Did you make the circles?
no, ma'am, and Mr. Omar.
Can I see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Omar stated that he received that picture as is. He didn't make the circles.
Okay. And so if you were asked, if you were able to determine, if you looked into and were able to determine the source of the writing on that picture, what would your answer be?
I did. And so as the detective we receive hundreds, especially in a case like this, hundreds of tips, hundreds of information. I get it, I store it, but what if I took a step on making arrests on every tip I got, then I'd be arresting hundreds of people. So when I get that information, I have to corroborate it by following up with more information. As more information comes in, I can follow up and corroborate it and see if these are actually the individuals. And I follow the leads. My leads did not lead me to these two individuals. So I did what I usually do as a homicide detective. I document it and I put it in the case file.
Okay, you can ask him about what he did based on the photograph, but don't go into anything written on the photograph because that is hearsay. Okay, they can come back in.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
in reference to the statements that the officer just gave about Omar being able to identify the individuals that he says were the shooters, he actually recorded his interview with Omar, and we would like to play that for impeachment purposes.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, let's take that up over lunch. You have it now?
Yes.
Okay. Is it, you guys have that?
I mean, they provided it to us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do it that time, report.
Are you going to follow up on that question, or are you trying to play your exhibit? Okay. Before we play the exhibit, let's make sure everybody's on the same page. Is the exhibit in evidence already, or is it was just provided in discovery? Okay, so we're going to have to handle that outside the jury's presence, probably. Okay, but go ahead and follow up with that.
So the picture that you have in front of you, I think I was asking you where you got that picture.
So the driver of the Jeep Cherokee, when it was shot by suspect number one, provided me this picture that he received from social media.
And under what circumstances did he give you that picture?
In an attempt to try to help and assist. He said that he was multiple.
Don't go into anything that he said.
Yes, ma'am.
No hearsay.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you face to face when he provided you that picture?
I was.
Can you describe the individuals that you see in that picture?
I would object to going into the content of the picture because it is not in evidence. He did it earlier, but it was not appropriate. It was not proper.
It's not in evidence.
It's not in evidence.
Your Honor, the witness stated that he was provided that picture. He said that he's responsible for following up on information that's provided to him. In terms of what he did after receiving the picture, we have to know what the picture says that would make him take the steps into the next.
Okay, we can't go into the contents of the picture if it's not in evidence, so you have to try to lay a foundation to put it in evidence.
Your Honor, we'll return to the picture.
Okay.
So, you said you received several tips with people trying to assist. Did you receive tips telling you that the people were dressed in all black who were responsible for the shooting?
Objection. Calls for hearsay when she asked him, like, did he get descriptions of asking her, I don't even know who she's talking about and gave him that information.
Okay, he testified previously that the victim's mother gave a description that the jury's already heard repeatedly. You can go into that because she testified, but if it's descriptions from other people who aren't witnesses, there's going to be a proper hearsay objection, I assume. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Did you set up a tip line to assist?
Yes, there was a Crime Stoppers tip line that's available for every homicide that occurs in the city.
And how is that tip line used?
So if you want to remain anonymous, you're able to call this tip line, and it is a strict anonymous tip line. You can give your information. Your name and date of birth is not, or phone number is not recorded, and you're given some type of PIN number, and that's the PIN number that you go by. And that is kept under strict confidence to the point that we don't even get that information as detectives.
And what do you do with that information that you receive from that tip line?
So with any tip that we get in any case, I document it. I make a mental note of it. And as my case progresses, if anything that's fruitful comes up and that can corroborate that tip, I will follow up on that. And most of the time, the tips, I will follow up on those tips as well.
Did you get any descriptions from those tips?
So the content of the Crime Stoppers,
Going into, you don't know who gave those tips, you just said it's anonymous. I mean, it could be anyone that gives false tips. I just don't think it's appropriate to ask this detective if they know they gave tips when that didn't say that.
I didn't ask him who gave the tips. I asked him, did he get descriptions from the tips? He set up, he's described what he's done with regards to his investigation. I'm just trying to flesh out what he's done with regards to his investigation.
Okay, I think you can ask if he received descriptions. I don't know if there's a foundation right now or whether it would be admissible right now, given what you've already gotten from him about what the description was.
So my question was, did he get descriptions?
so the content of the Crime Stoppers, of course, is anonymous. And if I receive information and if that information does not lead to any fruitful investigation, speaking about it in open court or speculating on that is not fair to the tipster, and it compromises the integrity of the entire process of being anonymous. So the tips that I do receive that do become fruitful, they are documented in the case file. The tips that I don't receive, they are not documented in the case file.
What's the NFAC?
I have no idea what that acronym is.
Are you familiar with a group called Not Fucking Around Coalition?
I vaguely heard that acronym, but I wasn't familiar with the acronym, but I heard the name.
Isn't it true that you asked Mr. McKinney if he knew what the Not Fucking Around Coalition was?
Objection, that calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is in reference to what he asked, not what somebody else said. I'm asking him what did he ask.
He's asking what Mr. McKinney responded to questions.
I didn't ask that.
Did you ask anything about that?
Did I
That
ask?
group? Did you ask anyone anything about that group?
So during my investigation, of course, during my canvas, I heard the name, not the acronym, come up a couple of times. So it's not unusual for me to ask anybody that I'm interviewing about this group, because that is part of my investigative leads to follow up on information that I get. And when I follow up on the information, it becomes fruitful, then I keep going with it.
Okay, you can ask that question. You're satisfied? Okay.
So what do you know about the Not Fucking Around Coalition?
I don't think I've heard that name since 2020.
What do you know about the coalition?
Absolutely nothing.
So you don't know that they were all black?
I believe description from the 2020 and during my investigation that these guys were all black, but I wasn't familiar with them before, and I haven't heard of them since then.
So you don't know that they were in Atlanta at this time of your incident?
Again, my answer, I had no idea who these people were before, and I had no idea that they were in Atlanta. I'm in the investigation division. I'm not aware of that type of intelligence. That's a totally different unit.
You mentioned in your direct examination that you made flyers to disseminate to the public. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on those flyers, you put a description, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your flyers described people wearing all black dressed like bounty hunters?
That is correct.
Isn't it true you passed out 400
In total, 400, that is correct, approximately.
Had you watched the video of the incident before you passed out those flyers?
I did, and once I received that information of people dressed like bounty hunters, I've looked on camera and see if I can find anybody dressed like bounty hunters in all black. And indeed, I did see several individuals dressed in all black looking like bounty hunters. I wish that was my investigative step. I've seen it. Of course, when it got dark, I was not able to identify anyone.
So when it got dark, you mean the time of day?
Correct.
And what time would that have been?
The time of the incident, 21:46 hours, when suspect 1 fired his multiple rounds AR-15 into the inside of Jeep of Secoriea Turner. Suspect 1 wearing red shirt, white letters, light blue pants, AR-15.
How many individuals at the location on the night of the incident who were celebrating the 4th of July were dressed in items that you didn't document?
Can you be more specific on your question?
Sure. Did you create a list, some type of catalog of what people were wearing at the scene?
Not a written list, but mentally I was able to notate that, of course, multiple males dressed in all dark colors, black. Of course, suspect 1 stood out with his bright red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, and AR-15. He was the only one wearing this particular outfit, and that made him stand out from everyone in that barricade and out there that night.
And so the fact that you say he stood out, he wasn't wearing a mask, was he?
No mask, that's correct.
He didn't seem like he was trying to hide his face, did he?
That is correct. He was not trying to hide his face.
In reference to other individuals that you saw in that video, were they wearing masks?
Some individuals were wearing masks.
Clothing. Were some individuals wearing kind of like vests, like police wear?
Can you be more specific?
Body armor, some type of protective, what would be considered Kevlar vest, some kind of vest over their clothes.
To look like a bounty hunter? Yes.
How many of those did you see?
There's a couple of them.
Two?
Two to three. Approximately, I think a safe number would be 2 to 4.
And were they carrying firearms?
Yes.
So, when you saw them on camera, they were carrying firearms dressed like bounty hunters, correct?
Correct. When you see the MARTA bus driving into the area, you see multiple individuals dressed just as she described, pointing their rifles at the bus.
What steps did you take to identify those individuals?
I took every step, the same step I was able to try to identify suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15. However, I was unable to identify those other subjects because they wore darker clothing, and I was not able to identify them.
Did you put those pictures on the news?
No, we only put pictures on the news where I can get some fruitful information. Putting a picture of a blob of just black is not going to do anything for the case.
So you saw individuals dressed in all black. You received descriptions of people wearing all black who were the shooters. They had firearms, but you didn't put their pictures on.
That is correct. Again, we don't put pictures on the news, or we can't possibly get any identification. It makes absolutely no sense to do so.
You mentioned that crime scene techs come to the location based on, is it you calling them, or how do you get the crime scene techs to come out?
Well, it depends. The responsibility of the patrol officer when he arrives on scene, of course, a regular scene, not a scene such as this nature. First is make it safe, and if he's able to do so, he's making it safe. He's going to secure that area. He's going to request additional units if he needed. They're going to put up crime scene tape. They will extend the barrier if they need to. At that point, they will notify crime scene techs and also homicide if it's a homicide, and let us know and give us a preliminary what they observed on scene.
So, did you know which crime scene techs were going to meet you out at the location?
Usually when we raise crime scene techs, like I said, that night we had a lot of shootings. So it just depends on who shows up. I believe that particular night, crime scene tech Hollis responded.
And remind me, what did Hollis do?
So again, when a crime scene tech arrives on scene, either me or the detective that I instruct to take care of my crime scene will go through the crime scene with the crime scene tech, identify markers, identify leads that need to be documented, leads such as evidence. That evidence will be documented with a marker, and we do a walkthrough, we photograph. As we go, we may find more. That process continues. I've been on crime scene, we had 200-300 markers. It just depends on the crime scene.
So, you're in a Faro scan?
I'm not familiar with a Faro scan in the Atlanta Police Department. But I believe you're referring to, I'm not familiar with that, no ma'am.
Okay, so you're not, how long have you been a homicide detective?
I've been a detective 15 years, I've been a homicide 11.
So you're not familiar with the fact that Atlanta Police Department uses a technology that measures the whole crime scene where you get a 360 view?
I work 500 crime scenes in the city of Atlanta, and we have never used a Faro scan. We document our crime scene sketches by hand, the old school fashioned way.
So it wouldn't surprise you that there was a Faro scan done in this case?
It wouldn't surprise me if they requested it from the GBI, and that's not unusual either. We request crime scenes of this nature. We do ask outside agencies to come in, so that's not unusual.
Okay. And so, but you as the lead detective, you didn't ask for a Faro scan?
No, me as the lead detective, again, I asked the lead of one of my co-workers, Detective McClure, to document the crime scene with a crime scene sketch. That's what was documented, and that was what I put in the case file. As far as a Faro scan, if a different agency did that, that's, like I said, that's not unusual.
So, and I've never been a police officer, as a lead detective, are you not the person that is kind of like running the show of gathering all the evidence and following up on whatever leads and doing whatever's necessary to solve this case?
Well, as a lead detective, absolutely. It's also my job to delegate jobs to other detectives, because a crime scene such as this nature is very difficult to work. So I delegate jobs, in particular this case, to Detective McClure, so he can sketch and work my crime scene.
So, did Detective McClure give you any information about a Faro scan being done on this crime?
Again, I don't have any notation in my report that a Faro scan was completed.
So you don't even know how a Faro scan would have been helpful in this case?
I mean, through deduction and reasoning, where you're using it, I'm sure it's some type of crime scene scan. I've heard of a scan used by the GBI. I don't know what the name is called, a Faro scan, but you set the scan up and they do scan the crime scenes. We don't have that type of technology because, like I said, we do it the old school way. We sketch by hand.
So it's safe to say that you didn't review said Faro scan that was created in this case?
That's incorrect. It's safe to say that I review my case file, and in my case file, there's a folder for crime scene tech, crime scene sketch. And in my folder for crime scene sketch, there's a handwritten crime scene sketch completed by the detective that I delegated that information to. So my case file is complete.
So my question was, you did not review Faro scan in this case?
That is incorrect again. I have no knowledge of a Faro scan being inside of my case file, so there was no Faro scan for me to review.
So if there was a Faro scan
Absolutely.
So if you have a Faro scan to show you for this case file, you could confirm that it's part of this case file.
Now, I would suggest you can contact the detective who operated the Faro scan to come in and confirm his work with the Faro scan. I can only confirm the work that came under me, which was the crime scene sketch. So if you have a Faro scan, please contact that detective, bring that detective in so he can testify to his Faro scan.
So, okay, let's go to something. The pictures that were taken of this crime scene, did you review those?
Yes.
You know who took all of those pictures?
On the crime scene, Detective Hollis.
Okay. You know other crime scene techs took pictures other than Detective Hollis?
That is correct. While the Jeep that was shot by suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, AR-15, that Jeep was at Atlanta Medical Examiner Center. I requested a crime scene tech to respond to that location and photograph that vehicle as is. So that is correct. Also, the vehicle was transported to Atlanta Police Homicide Cage, was secured. A search warrant was obtained for that. And another crime scene tech responded to that scene and processed the actual crime scene of the vehicle. That's with the GSR and the photographs. That is correct. So there'd be multiple crime scene techs on homicide investigations, and that is not unusual.
Okay, so is it accurate that 2 different crime scene techs took pictures of the same Jeep?
That is very accurate, correct.
Is it also accurate that a video was made of the same Jeep that you had already had pictures taken of, correct?
That is correct. Detective Bender responded to Atlanta Medical Center. She also documented the Jeep with video. So we have video and crime photographs.
Okay. At what point in your investigation did you review the photos from all of those crime scene techs?
As soon as the photos became available, I started reviewing them.
Do we have a date for that?
It was within 3 or 4 days.
What was the purpose of having 2 different crime scene techs and I believe the detective take a video of the same Jeep?
This is a murder of an 8-year-old child. You cannot have enough documentation. So if I would have had 10 crime scene techs documented, then I would have. But we're going to document everything, and we're going to make sure we document it as is.
So, how many detectives reviewed the videos that you said you watched?
I'm not sure how many detectives. I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the videos.
Multiple pictures were taken, and we can't have enough people taking pictures. But you're the only person who watched the video?
I think you're confusing the two. The crime scene photos were taken by multiple crime scene techs. Yes, multiple crime scene techs. The video that was secured from the security videos, I personally started going through them because that is my job as a lead detective.
So, you know that multiple people took pictures, but you don't know how many people looked at the video?
Again, I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the video from the raw footage, the security videos that's collected.
Okay. You also mentioned pictures taken of the Jeep at an evidence cage. What is that?
That's what we call our crime scene cage. Anytime there's a crime committed, there's a vehicle in question, it is secured in our police cage. When it's secured under lock and key, we obtain a search warrant to go process that vehicle.
And then what happens to it?
Well, so once it's finished, completed, being processed, and once we get everything we need from it, that vehicle is then removed from the cage.
And when was this vehicle removed from the cage?
I don't know the exact date it was removed from the case, but it is documented in the case file.
You mean the case file being the file that you created?
Correct.
So the lead supplement or your lead investigative report?
It's either in the lead supplement report, it's documented in a warrant that was obtained for that date that the search was completed.
Report here. Can you look at it and tell me when that vehicle was released?
So that report is not going to be in this case file. It's not be in this lead supplement. Again, it's going to be in the date that the warrant was obtained, and I believe that warrant was obtained by Detective Barry.
So being the lead detective, that date listed in your report.
Again, that date is documented when a search warrant was completed. So either way, it's going to be documented in the case file. It's going to be memorialized some type of way, whether either sit in lead supplement or some type of warrant. In this case, it's a search warrant.
So the dates that search warrants are obtained are not in your report?
The date that the search warrant was obtained is in the report.
And the date that the search warrant is executed, not in your report?
The date that the search warrant was obtained and executed is going to be documented in the case file. If not in my lead supplement, it'll be in a report for the warrants.
So as the lead detective, aren't you responsible for compiling all the information?
Absolutely. So everything was compiled, it was put in the case file, and it is documented.
So the case file is not the report that you create?
What you just put on the table, ma'am, that's just a lead supplement. That is not the entire case file. If you go through the case file and go through the section that says warrants, you can see and observe when the warrant was taken out for this particular vehicle.
But you don't remember that?
I don't need to. It's memorialized and documented with a warrant in the case file.
Okay. So in terms of being the lead detective, you talk to people and you take steps to try to solve this case. What does your report contain?
My report is pretty much like a roadmap, what would you say a lead supplement. And that roadmap is going to tell you how I got from point A, B, C, all the way to Z. Whether that case is closed or not, particularly if it's not closed and it turns into a cold case, a detective can pick it up whether it's 5 years or 20 years later and be able to follow that roadmap all the way through. Within that roadmap, if you look at my lead supplement, it's going to notate everything that I did and which particular folder was placed in. So that's going to give that detective, also me, if I need to pick this case up later, where I need to find such documents.
So when you talk to witnesses, you document what information you get from them that helps you with your investigation?
Absolutely. I document the date and the time, and it is recorded. It is placed in the case file, and it's documented in my lead supplement, the date that I talked to them, the time, and I also make a notation that it is not verbatim. It is only a summary of that statement.
Okay. So how many times did you speak to Mr. McCord about what happened?
I believe 2 times.
And isn't it true that he told you the person who came to his door had a shotgun?
Correct. Also, suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, light pants, AR-15, and a satchel. He advised that that male was standing at his door. He identified that male from the news.
Didn't he tell you that the person standing at his door with an AR-15 was a dark-skinned male?
Mr. McCord stated that the male that was standing at his door was suspect number 1, wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15, light blue jeans, and that was standing on the news beside his lawyer, the news that we just watched earlier. That's who Mr. McCord identified as standing at his door making threats. Suspect number 1.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. McCord that you would show him
Absolutely. That was after the first time I spoke with him. I absolutely did.
Where is that in your report that you went back and showed him a lineup?
So there was no lineup shown. There's no need for a lineup because he identified him from the news. At that point, showing him a lineup would be suggestive. Why would I show a lineup when he's already identified him on the news? That makes no sense.
So the person that you're saying was identified was the person you put on the news?
Suspect number one who identified himself on the news wearing a...
Question, sir.
Yes, suspect number one who identified himself on the news wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel. He identified himself on the news. He made the nexus between him and what's on the news. That is correct.
Isn't it also correct that on direct examination, you stated that the assault that Mr. McCord endured happened off camera?
No, that is incorrect. The assault that happened to Mr. McCord is plainly viewed what we already viewed on the cameras. Suspect number one was circled. Suspect number two was circled. The first interaction is right off camera. But as he pulled into the parking lot, we plainly see suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel, walk into the parking lot, point his AR-15 at the couple as they retreated and tried to leave, along with his co-defendant, suspect number two.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. McCord couldn't identify anybody other than the person with the shotgun who was standing at his window?
So I can't speak to what I'm surprised. I can only speak to what Mr. McCord told me and what his statement provided to me. If he provided another statement at another time to another investigator, I can't testify to that. I can only testify to what he testified to me and how he identified suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel.
Did you listen to Mr. McCord's 911 call?
I did.
So you heard him in the 911 call say, I had a shotgun in my face.
That is correct.
You don't have any video showing Julian in the same frame as Mr. McCord.
So you're referring to your client, are we referring to suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans?
The video that was shown that you referred to, Mr. McCord is not in that video when we see the person in a red shirt, number one. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. You see the Mr. McCoys in the parking lot of the liquor store. You see suspect number one and suspect number two walk into the parking lot, pointing their firearms at the McCoys as they were trying to retreat and leave from the scene.
Your Honor, may we approve?
Yes. Want to bring him in? Is he outside? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, Detective, outside the presence of the jury, there's a little bit more cross-examination for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. If you'll remind him of what the purpose that what he said that is causing you to play this for him.
So previously, Detective, you were asked whether or not Mr. Ivory identified individuals who he said shot. You stated that he wasn't able to identify those individuals. Is that right?
No, my statement was he provided me photograph of the two individuals circled, and he stated that he received that photograph from the internet, and these are the two.
And on direct examination, you stated that he wasn't able to identify the individuals who shot at him, correct?
As it pertains to the photograph, or just his statement, period?
The statement period.
Okay, the only statement that I received from him is stated that he provided the photograph with those two individuals circled, and he believed those are the individuals that did it. That photograph came to him already circled from the internet.
So, if we have your audio interview with Mr. Ivory, would that refresh your recollection about what he said?
Sure would.
I don't think there is any need, he just repeated exactly what he said.
Right, I don't think they're necessarily in conflict, but I'm going to let you play that for him anyway. You can play it for him. But I don't think there's a conflict between what he said just now and the audio.
Yeah, I said it to him. He don't want to fuck who shot right here. He should have shot these two motherfuckers. These two motherfuckers right here. This motherfucker who shot him and that motherfucker. You saw the shoot? I saw the shoot on me. I don't think somebody do something. I got you.
So, based on hearing that interview and that recording, does that refresh your recollection of the fact that Mr. Ivory confirmed who shot?
No, based off that, what I just heard, again, you have to take everything in context. Mr. Ivory is stating that the two individuals who circled in that photograph, the photograph that he received from the internet, is the person that did the shooting.
Is it true that you asked him if he could confirm if he saw these people shoot, and he said yes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, but let's be clear about that. It doesn't change the issue of showing the jury that photograph with the hearsay on it. But what he just testified to, it's fine to testify to that. It's still, the circles are still hearsay because Mr. Ivory did not place the circles on. But you can, if you have the plain version without the circles? Okay, you.
That's how the image was provided to us, but we will.
Okay, because you can show that to the detective and ask him to, the questions you just asked him.
He's already identified that.
Yeah.
That as the picture that he received.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Rise for the jury. Judge, that counts for.
Detective, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory wasn't able to confirm who shot at his vehicle, but that's not true, is it?
No, that's true, because at the end of the result of the investigation, the photograph that he gave me was not the individuals who was involved.
The question was, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm who shot at his vehicle, correct?
That is true. After the investigation concluded,
Is that what you previously testified, that he could not identify the individual?
again, after the investigation was concluded, it clearly shows that he was not able to identify him.
Okay, I understand your explanation, but will you answer the question she's asking and then give your explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
You previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm the individual who shot at his vehicle.
That is correct. And also, at the conclusion of the investigation went forward, it was clear that he was not able to identify him. So that is correct.
Isn't it correct that he was conclusive when he told you who shot at him?
That would be an inconclusive assumption of my part to say that anybody's conclusive, because we need evidence to back up what they're saying.
Was he sure?
It does call for speculation.
When he told you he saw the individuals who shot at him, did he tell you that he saw him?
Yes. Give context on what he stated, though. The photograph that he gave me that he received from the internet with the circles already circled.
I didn't ask him about a photo.
Okay, but didn't we do that before the break?
My question to him just now was not about a photo.
Okay, will you re-ask your question?
When Mr. Ivory told you that he saw who shot at him, he told you that he saw who shot him.
Yes, but the only time he stated that is when he gave me the photograph already circled.
Okay, that's an answer.
You've seen this picture before, correct?
Correct.
Those are pictures that you pulled, correct?
Correct.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the pictures that you pulled?
Yes, they are true.
Your Honor, I've given the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. I would like to introduce those photographs into evidence.
Okay, do you know what those exhibits are? Do you have any objection to them?
No, Judge, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, they're admitted. And you can publish.
Can you tell us what you see in Defendant's Exhibit 3?
Yes, in this photograph is the vantage point from the BP gas station. I believe what the attorney is referring to is the three black males dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. They're in the top left-hand corner at the gas pump. And it looks like they're posing for the photograph.
Can you look at Defense Exhibit 4
It's going to be 1 minute later from that photograph. It's the same individuals placed to the left. It looks like the exact same photo.
And defense exhibit 5?
All right, so this time frame is going to be at 9:29, so it's going to be about 40 minutes past that previous two photos you just showed me, and it looks like I have suspect number 2 in that photograph from that vantage point.
Do you see anybody dressed in all black in this picture?
I do see someone dressed in all black, but they don't look like the other individuals dressed in black.
Do you know when you pulled those pictures?
Yes, it was the exact same time I was going through the video, and what made me zero in on the photographs is, of course, the way they're dressed.
But you didn't put out these pictures when you did your flyers that you were passing out, the 400 flyers. You didn't put those images out.
That is correct. I did not put a bolo out because that is almost a full hour before, and they are not at the barricades. Yes, I believe the first photo that you showed me, I believe the time was 20:55. The second photo was 21:29, I believe.
And 21:29 is less than an hour.
So that particular photograph that you're talking about identifies somebody that's in black, but they don't look like the other individuals that's dressed like bounty hunters and dressed in all black. They just wearing all black. And it looked like they're wearing some type of...
I'm just saying the number. It was 3 photographs. I just don't know.
It'd be helpful for the record if you said what number you were looking at when you showed it.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, in regards to the witness's answers, every answer provides a detailed description not associated with my question.
Okay, so again, answer a question first and then explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier on direct examination, you were given some envelopes that had some evidence in it, correct?
Do you know what specific envelopes you're talking about?
They had shell casings.
I was never given envelopes with shell casings.
Oh, okay. So, you know what happened to the evidence that was collected from the scene?
Yes, when the crime scene techs collect the shell casings, they document them, they collect them, and they're sent off to the GBI.
How long did the GBI keep them?
That depends on the GBI. There's no time frame when the GBI can process evidence.
But you didn't keep those shell casings, did you?
No, I don't collect the evidence personally. I'm not responsible for storing them. Our crime scene techs collect the evidence and store them.
The video recordings that you collected as a result of this case, you downloaded those and kept them, correct?
Correct. So the video recordings were recorded and given to me, and they were uploaded. Correct.
You testified on direct about some shell casings and what type of firearm they could be fired from.
Correct.
Isn't it true that there are 5 types of weapons that can fire a 5.56 and a 2.23?
I'm not aware of any other types. I'm not a firearm expert. I am aware, though, is a AR-15 can fire a 5.56 and a 2.23. The extent of my knowledge does not go that far.
Does the extent of your knowledge into how an M16 or AR-15 actually fires?
No, that question that you're asking about comparing the M16 and the AR-15, I don't know, have no knowledge of the comparison of those type of weapons or the mechanics on those type of weapons. I'm not qualified to even try to answer those questions.
So you're not qualified to answer questions about muzzle flashes either, are you?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So you would know that a muzzle flash isn't seen from every firearm?
That is incorrect. If there's some type of modification on the firearm, like a muzzle suppressor or some type of suppressor, that may suppress a muzzle flash, but it's clearly seen that when we look at this weapon, there's no muzzle flash suppressor or anything on that weapon.
And the number of people that were out there on July 4th with firearms, you don't know who had suppressors or muzzle flashes on their firearms that would prevent you from seeing that on a camera, do you?
I can only testify to what I'm seeing on camera.
So is that a no, you don't know how many people had muzzle flash or muzzle suppressors on their firearms?
I cannot.
The question is what he knows. If he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. It's not speculation.
I'll allow the question.
I cannot confirm who had those type of suppressors on what weapon.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish State's Exhibit 2, which is the surveillance footage from 100 University, I believe it is. It's already been admitted into evidence. The first camera 2. I don't remember what number you.
Are you playing it, Mr. Regis, or are you asking
No,
them to
Mr.
play?
Regis is playing it.
He's going to play it. Okay. Okay, they thought you were asking them to play
Oh,
it.
no.
And I'm ready.
Okay, what's the exhibit number? States 2. Okay. Not popping up yet on the Zoom. Is it on your screen? Are you looking at it? It is lying to you.
I mean, we're happy to help if y'all can.
Now plug it back in, and it should like bounce back. That'll show that it's feeding.
Does that connect to an HDMI cable?
Yes.
Should be working. Okay, now it is. It is on mine though, and now they'll put it up on the big screen. It's in the Zoom now.
Back it up.
That's fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective, while we're watching this video, do you see smoke in this video?
Yes, it appears that there's some sort of cookout.
Do you see children in this video?
I don't see children. I see people, smaller adults, that, if you can say they're children, but I can't say that they're children or not.
I think only Mr. Abadi knows that.
I ain't got that many steps in the day.
A person at the top of the screen.
Can you point to it again? I see, yes, what looks like a person on the other side of that vehicle.
What color is that person wearing?
It's like a bright, maybe orange, red color.
Can you circle that person?
Did you want the circle to go away?
That's a girl. Do you have any idea what time these people arrived?
No idea.
You watched hours of video. Did you see a sign-up sheet for people to show up? Or did you see anybody signing in, or like a checkpoint or anything like that?
I did not see a sign-up sheet from the video.
There were no tickets or any RSVP that people had to do to come out to this event. Can you talk to me?
I did not see any RSVPs or sign-up sheets from the video.
So this gathering was open to the public, correct? Anybody who wanted to be here?
Do you know about the particulars of who was allowed to come and who was not allowed to come?
I know the particulars, and if you got into the autonomous zone, you need special permission to get past the barricade, and you need additional permission to go in certain areas of the barricade.
Okay.
Sign-up sheets and things like that, I'm not aware
You
of.
don't know the logistics or why people
No,
were
ma'am.
allowed in or not?
No, ma'am.
See this person here?
The person you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you circle that person? What color is that person wearing?
It appears to be a red.
That person wearing shorts?
Which person are you referring
The
to?
person you circled.
No, it doesn't look like. The first person that you had me circle, like the tall white male, he's wearing red shorts. This person right here, I can't tell.
See the person outside the circle, right next to your circle?
I see an individual there too.
What color is that person wearing?
Looks to be a red.
Person here.
Yes, that's the first circle that you had me circle. That's the look like a tall white male with red shorts.
So, you circle the people that you see wearing red. So multiple people at this location have on red outfits that you can clearly see.
Yes, but they are nowhere near the barricades.
Go back, please.
So you see people jumping away from the vehicle?
Incorrect. I see people going towards the vehicle trying to stop the vehicle.
So in terms of individuals trying to get out of the way of the vehicle. No.
Correct. I see individuals walking towards the car as the car is coming around the barricade.
You can't see the color of that vehicle at this angle, can you?
No, the only thing you can see is a dark colored vehicle.
And where we are right now, you can't see any colors of the individuals, light skin or dark skin, can you?
At this point, no, but once you track the individual suspect number one from the other vantage points, I was able to keep an eye on him all the way through and to the point to where he is at that location right now.
But you can't see any, like we can see the red at the top, but we can't see any colors definitively next. You can't see the color of the vehicle in this. You can't see complexions.
That is correct. The only thing you see is movement. You see suspect number one emerge from behind the stick, the pole with his AR-15 raised. Him and other individuals walk towards the vehicle as it's coming around the corner.
You don't know the names of the individuals that are standing at the barricade?
No, I do not.
You see the flash at the top of the screen?
Can you point to the flash? That's the light.
Right. I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
Okay.
So you can't see the clothing of the individuals standing by the light, can you?
What individuals? You had to point them out to me. What individuals are you referring to?
Do you see any individuals near the light up here?
No, you can't see anything over there.
So if there are individuals standing there, you can't tell who they are or what they look like.
That is correct, nor can I confirm if there are any individuals over there because I can't confirm or deny if there are any individuals over there by the light.
But you can see cars over there, correct?
Yes.
You see an individual standing next to the barricade, don't you?
Can you rewind? Which individual are you referring to?
Well, hold on for just a minute. You see the orange barricade?
I do.
You see an individual next to the orange barricade.
Can you press play? Because it's distorted right now. Yes, I see an individual. It looks like he's one of the individuals that's picking up shell casings. After the shell casings, after the shots went off, a couple of individuals walked over and picked up shell casings.
The individuals that picked up shell casings, they weren't wearing red, were they?
The only person wearing red at the barricade was suspect number one.
Okay, ask your question again.
The person picking up shell casings is not wearing red, are they?
No, the only person wearing red at the barricade was the suspect number one. The individual you're pointing to, yes.
You circle that person. That person is wearing a red shirt with white writing on the front, aren't they?
I can't confirm this subject is wearing white letters on the red shirt. The subject appears to be about much taller than suspect number one, maybe 100 pounds heavier. I can't confirm what letters are on that red shirt.
Okay, re-ask your question.
The person standing there inside the circle is wearing a red
No, that's not correct. I cannot confirm if that shirt has white letters on it. I can tell you that it's red, the person is wearing red, but I can't confirm white letters.
And that person is not standing near the lights that you pointed out on the other side of the screen, are they?
And which person are you referring to?
The person that you have circled here.
No, that person that circled is nowhere near the barricade.
And we won't see anybody sweeping any shell casings on this video, will we?
No.
Your Honor, the video was stopped at 9:47:26.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are restarting it.
I see a blurb of someone that you're pointing at.
Can you circle?
The circle, the person you just pointed at?
Yes. That person is wearing a red shirt with white lettering on the front, correct?
I disagree. Whatever that person is wearing is reflective. I can't say with any conclusion that that's a red shirt with white lettering.
Circle. Can you describe what they're doing?
They're crouching down. That's what it appears to be.
Did you talk to those individuals?
I did not identify those individuals, so no, I was not able to talk to them.
But from your experience as a police officer, that would indicate that something is happening at this time, correct?
No, that would indicate that, and there's need to be a lot more context on looking at the video and making assumptions. Something is happening, but what is happening, unsure, because on video we see the shooting and the shooting is over.
hours of video. Did you continue to watch video after the video that we just saw that ended at 10 p.m.?
That is correct.
The information that you provided with regards to what you saw on this video. Did you document anything after 10 p.m.?
Anything that was documented was relevant to the case, it would have been documented.
Is that it?
That's correct.
A yes or a no?
No, if it wasn't relevant to the case, it would not have been documented.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to play camera 3 from 100 University. It's the same.
It's still exhibit number 2, but it's that view.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being so clear about what exhibit it is. Not yet, but it takes a minute. Once it pops up here, then we can. It's here.
Detective, what are we looking at?
So, as I described earlier, that's going to be the east barricade. That's the barricade facing east.
And you watched this video as well, correct?
That is correct.
What do you see at that barricade?
I see 3 individuals, see a truck that's parked, and I see them guarding the barricade.
The 3 individuals that you see, they're wearing all black, correct?
That is correct. 2 are wearing black and 1 is wearing white.
And they're carrying rifles, correct?
It appears to be.
You didn't try to identify them either, did you?
That's incorrect. I tried, however, I was unsuccessful.
You didn't put out any flyers with their pictures on, did you?
That is correct. I was not able to see their face.
Detective, you see 3 individuals in all black standing at the barricade, correct?
At this point, yes, there are 3 individuals in all black at the barricade.
You also see those individuals wearing tactical vests. Is that correct?
I can't confirm if they're wearing tactical vests, but they definitely are wearing all black.
Those individuals match the description of bounty hunters?
I would think that's a safe assumption, yes.
And Secoria's parents drove past this barricade, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that Ms. Turner told you that they were halfway through the barricade when she started hearing her daughter call for her?
Yes, after the shots had started going off, of course, everybody was scared and jumping around. She described Secoria in the back seat, jumping around, trying to avoid it. She turned around. Secoria yelled, "Mama," screamed in pain. At that point, Charmaine jumped in the back seat with Secoria. And then she looked up in the rear of the vehicle and was able to see what she described as the description that she gave me.
Which is?
She stated that she remembers seeing a male dressed in all black, and that is corroborated with the video evidence that I have.
She told you that male was firing.
Correct. She said she saw two males shooting.
She didn't say in a red shirt, did she?
She did not give me a description of a red shirt that was shooting. She just said two males were shooting. At that time, her attention was diverted to her daughter, who at that time was dying from a gunshot wound to the back.
So Ms. Turner says that she was halfway through the barricade. Where would you say halfway through the barricade is where this truck is?
No.
Okay. When did you measure the distance between one barricade to the next?
There was no measurements between barricades.
So you don't know what halfway between the barricades is?
No, I disagree with her, with your statement, your assessment of the statement. She was halfway between the barricade when she noticed that.
You just testified that that's what she told you.
Correct. As soon as the bullet started hitting the vehicle as she drove by suspect number one, that's when she started to react. And when she soon jumped in the back seat with Secoriea as she was suffering from a gunshot wound.
So she told you her daughter called for her halfway through the barricade, correct?
Again, Ms. Turner's statement is that as they drove by, her vehicle shot multiple times. She heard her baby in the back seat jumping around trying to dodge.
Okay. Can you ask a more specific question?
Ms. Turner told you when she heard her child scream for her, she was halfway through the barricade. Yes or no?
No, she stated that when she heard the gunshots, gunshots hitting the vehicle, she jumped in the back seat with her child.
So the recording that you made where she told you that, did you listen to that?
I did, but I think you're taking that recording, that statement out of context.
So she did tell you that.
How can she know if what's halfway between barricades and she didn't even know there's the other barricade at the other end? That's taken out of context her statement. Her statement is what it is. The gunshots hit the vehicle. She jumped in the back seat with Secoriea, looked up. 2 people was firing.
Turner was at the incident, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Circle that person, please.
What color is that person wearing?
Looks like that young lady is wearing red.
The people at the first barricade, them?
No.
But you can't see what color they're wearing, can you?
As I stated before, because of the light shining,
Not responsive. You cannot see the color that the individuals at the barricade, the first barricade are wearing.
no, not from this vantage point.
Individuals are wearing at the first barricade.
That is correct.
It's okay. Okay. The vehicle here?
Which vehicle? The white vehicle, yes.
Circle the person's thing.
The person walking towards the vehicle? Okay, where your finger's pointing. Appears to be dark clothing.
Black, correct?
Can't say it's black or not, but it's definitely dark clothing.
You can also see that that person is carrying a rifle, correct?
That's incorrect. I can't see that from that angle.
The vehicle with the headlights on, that's Secoria's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It's up on the curb, correct?
Yes, it's going up on the curve.
Which means it's tilted, correct?
Yes, it's tilted as it drives up on the curve.
Second barricade?
Which barricade are we referring to?
Here,
Yes,
circle that person.
the person you just pointed at.
Yes. What is that person wearing?
Dark clothing.
Black clothing.
Dark clothing, less dark clothing.
The individual that you circled, that was inside of this circle here, circle that person now. That person is wearing all black. Right, correct?
He's definitely wearing dark clothing. I can't confirm if he's carrying a rifle or not, but he's definitely wearing dark clothing.
That person has something in their hand, correct?
I cannot confirm if that person has something in his hand, but he's definitely crouching down wearing dark clothing.
You said you fired firearms before?
That is correct.
You fired a rifle before?
Yes, I have.
Under what circumstances?
Practicing.
You always stand in the same position when you fire a rifle?
Practicing, yes.
So the position that this individual was in at the bottom of the screen, what does it look like that person doing?
That looks like that person is crouching down from shots just being fired from suspect number one as he fired upon Secoria's vehicle as he drove through the barricade. And he's ducking down for cover.
Look at that person again. That person is the same person that was standing at the barricade, correct?
Correct.
That person that was standing at the barricade was carrying a rifle, correct?
As I stated earlier, I could not confirm what that person was carrying, but he definitely was dressed in all black or dark clothing.
So we're looking at him again here. can't recognize the AR-15 on the screen?
I'm advising that I cannot recognize from this portion of the video the way that person look or what they're carrying, just that they're dressed in black.
The people at the first barricade, what color are they wearing?
If we're referring to this vantage point, I can't tell.
So, at the point that, how many times would you say you watched this video?
I can't give an accurate number.
You watched it before you got the medical examiner's report?
Again, the medical examiner report came a good time afterwards, so I was only able to watch video, but I got enough information from the medical examiner to proceed with my investigation.
So let's talk about when you conduct an investigation, your goal is to try to figure out what happened, correct?
Absolutely.
You have multiple people at a location. You have to narrow down who was involved, correct?
Correct.
And the autopsy report is typically used to determine what happened, correct?
Incorrect. Autopsy report is ruled the cause and manner of death. Usually the cause is what caused the death and the manner of death, homicide. And detailed report of the injuries. We are the reporting agency. We report what happened.
Okay. And how did you use that autopsy report in this case?
A 5.56 round was taken from 8-year-old Secoria's back. I was able to corroborate and match that with the type of ammunition that was found on the crime scene.
And that medical report, it tells you what direction it came from, correct?
Correct.
It tells you what the path that round traveled, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have that information when you watched this video, correct?
Incorrect. He had a defect to the back. That's what I needed for my investigation.
You didn't have the medical examiner's report telling you the direction of travel when you watched this video, correct?
Again, it's incorrect. I had information detailing that Secoria was shot in the back.
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner's report.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question?
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner's report, did it?
What information are you referring to?
The trajectory that the round that hit her in the back traveled.
Again, the medical examiner report stated that she was shot in the back.
What was the trajectory of the bullet that hit her in the back?
Straight in the back.
It doesn't say whether it was on the right, left.
So if you're asking me to get into the medical terminology, once a round goes inside a body, I'm not qualified to do that. Rounds, when it hit a body and it goes inside a body, they do bounce around. So again, having trajectory on that is different. So it hit a bone and started bouncing around, especially around that size. We see rounds all the time when it hits you, they bounce around in your body and cause destruction. So trajectory, once it's inside the body, is irrelevant. What's relevant to me is that trajectory going into her back.
The medical examiner's report would tell you at what angle it went into her back, correct?
The medical examiner report will tell me the direction that it hit her in the back, and once it got inside of her body, what it did. And that's what the medical examiner report details.
So what did that tell you?
Again, I don't feel, I'm not qualified to speak on the medical terminology inside the medical examiner report. I'm pretty sure a medical examiner themselves are going to come here and talk about the actual report.
But I'm asking you as the lead detective.
The lead,
It is calling for an expert opinion.
Your Honor, I'm actually not asking for an expert opinion. I'm asking him for what he read. He's the lead detective. I'm asking him for what he read.
Okay, well, the autopsy report is not in the record yet.
Correct. And so I'm just asking him what he knows about what happened.
Okay, I think he's already answered that.
Okay. So with regards to determining, with all of these moving parts and all of these individuals that were at the location, the only thing you had was what you got from the scene because you didn't watch the video before you collected the evidence, correct?
that is correct.
You didn't have any medical information,
Is,
correct?
is that a question? That is correct. No medical information at the time of the crime scene investigation.
You did have descriptions of what the shooters looked like from people who were actually on the scene, correct?
That is incorrect. On the crime scene, like I testified earlier, there was zero cooperation coming from any individual out there on that crime scene. So I didn't get any statements from anyone at that crime scene.
Jerryian Turner and Omar Ivy were at that crime scene.
Charmaine and Omar was interviewed after the day after I had already cleared the crime scene. It was later on in the day when I interviewed them. They were not interviewed at the crime scene.
You interviewed them after the fact, which gave you more time to look into what they told you. And they told you, both of them, that the shooters were wearing all black.
Correct.
The individual standing in the middle of the street in all black. You didn't track that person in your investigation, did you?
Can you point to that individual you're referring to?
Sure.
Okay. Are you referring to this individual?
Yes.
No. No one was identified from the crime scene. Nobody.
You didn't track that individual from this video. He didn't actually answer it, Your Honor.
You can follow up on that.
Nobody was identified. That's not what I asked.
You can follow up.
The only person that was tracked was suspect number one, wearing all red, white letters, light blue shirt, black satchel, AR-15. That's who I tracked from every angle, from every camera, up until the shooting.
Let's watch that individual. from this location straight to the BP?
I believe that cut through that you're referring to, that's in the BP parking lot, and that is a walking path, I believe. Correct.
And by cut through, that just means that the person can go from where they are here through on a walking path and end up at the BP.
No. The cut through starts at the BP and goes to the plaza next to it.
And the individual can access the cut through from the open area here,
Here where?
what we're looking at.
Can you point to the exact location?
Is it possible to access the cut through from this street?
Your Honor, I would just ask maybe, because we can't see what she's pointing at, like maybe she goes over there.
Will you walk up to the big
So
screen?
we can actually see what's happening.
Can you access the cut through from anywhere on that street?
I'm not aware of a cut through from that street.
Okay. Tell us how you can get to the cut through from this, from here.
Again, I'm not aware of a cut through from this location that she's pointing to. The only cut through I'm aware of is coming from the BP.
So we're watching the same video again, and this time I'm going to focus on the person
Okay, we're focusing on the person that was ducking for cover.
that's standing at the second, that was standing at the second barrel.
Okay.
Were you able to see that individual run into the woods?
Yes, I was able to see that individual ducking for cover and ran into the woods after ducking for cover.
Where do those woods lead to?
I have no idea.
And you didn't track that individual?
No.
So the number of individuals that were standing at the barricade, dressed in all black, carrying rifles, that ran off into the woods after this happened, you didn't track those people and get them in the locate.
Which barricade are you referring to?
The one we just watched at the bottom of the screen.
Again, no.
This was a very involved case, correct?
Absolutely, it's one of the hardest cases I ever had to work to this day.
And all eyes were on this case from the beginning, correct?
Correct.
You had council people, even famous people like Tyler Perry trying to contribute to finding out who did it, correct?
If you're referring to the contribution of the funds, I have nothing to do with that. I do not know who all contributed. That's a totally different process.
I don't think I asked about who contributed. If I did ask that, my question was basically about who wanted you to find out what happened to this case.
Do you have a specific person that you're asking me who, or just asking me in general?
Yeah, you had conversations about the number of people that were placing pressure on you to solve this case.
That's incorrect. I never stated that anybody was putting any kind of pressure on me to solve this case, not once.
So you weren't aware that city council people came down to participate or to talk to the people that had been in this area?
I'm not aware, but there was no pressure coming from anywhere on my behalf or coming down to me. I'm not surprised. I mean, this case got national attention.
And with that national attention, famous people like Tyler Perry were involved.
He's already testified that he didn't even know that. So, do you have any other questions?
You interviewed Jerryian Shepard, correct?
That is correct.
And you provided him with images of individuals that you wanted him to try to identify, correct?
If you're referring to the screenshots from the video,
Did you provide him with images that you wanted him to identify?
I would like you to be specific. Are you referring to images from the video?
At any point, did you provide him with images of anyone?
Okay, during the interview, he was provided with screenshots from the security video to see if he can identify his co-defendants.
He wasn't a defendant at that time, correct?
No.
You told Mr. McKinney that he would go down for this if he had given your name, correct?
Negative. That's a wrong way to rephrase it. If you have the audio recording that states that and quote that me verbatim, I would like you to play it.
Okay.
Context is important.
Are you asking to play the video recording of the co-defendant? Any objection to that? Or? I think if you want to refresh his recollection, you can do that outside the presence of the jury during the break. I don't think it can come in right now. I don't think there's a foundation for it right now. But if everyone agrees it should be played, I'll let you play it. Okay. Okay. You guys almost ready for a break? Okay, just a minute.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
may we approach?
Yes.
I'll ask the jury.
You get him out?
Judge, that kind of point.
Okay.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Put up states 2 from the BP gas station. While he's doing that, take a Shepard, Constable Legal Appointment. The men that had on all black, when we saw that the defense was pointing out to you, at any time, did you have any visuals of their faces from the MARTA bus, from the BP, from the American Pact?
No.
And in regards to the evidence in this case, where were the shell casings found on the scene?
In the street.
In the street.
It was in the area of suspect number 1 when he fired his weapon.
In states exhibit number 2, which is the BP gas station, I don't know what the time is, 21:41:06. Are you able to see that cut through that we were talking about by the BP?
Yes.
If you could just use that red marking and kind of mark where that cut through would be. And is that, what's behind that, the pumps and everything?
There's a plaza next door that you can cut through and walk to.
Who's that that is walking up here? See who that is walking on the side?
Yeah, that's going to be suspect number 2.
And then in regards, I believe the defense was asking you about statements about they were halfway through the barricade when Secoriea was indicating, yelling out for her mom, indicating that she had been hit. I want you to look at state exhibit number 2. There's going to be the warehouse video. I believe it's going to be the back camera. While that's happening, I think defense asked you about having collected evidence prior to you getting the medical examiner report. Did you collect evidence prior to getting the medical examiner report?
That is correct.
As far as you know, what was the cause of injury to Secoriea before you even got out to University and Faro?
Gunshot wound to the back.
So when you get out there, are you looking for evidence consistent with gunshots?
Correct.
And what would that be?
Spent shell casings.
Is it feasible to, first of all, how long would it take you to get outside?
It depends. That's really depends on the medical examiner, how many they have in line and what they have on task to do.
1 day, 3 days?
I never seen it come back that fast. I would say between 1 to 6 weeks. It just depends.
Is it feasible to shut down the streets of University and Faro for 1 to 6 weeks, waiting on that medical examiner before you can collect evidence in regards to the issue?
No, it is not.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit number 2. This is from the warehouse, I believe, with back camera 3. If you could circle where the front, it's kind of hard to see where the front barricades and those first set of barricades would be, where the Jeep first rolled over. And where the second set. And where was your suspect standing at as he was firing the shots into that Jeep?
I would say up in this area.
Is that, were they halfway through the front barricades, the shots were raining out into the car?
No.
When you say no, what do you mean?
No, they were not halfway through the barricade. It was, and as soon as they went through the barricade and past suspect number 1, shots rang out.
And the defense was asking you about muzzle suppression. And you indicated that's kind of an illegal thing that people think that they're doing?
Definitely.
What's it, Judge?
That's not what the witness said.
What did you say about muzzle suppression?
First, I never observed any muzzle suppression devices on any of the weapons that I was able to view from camera.
And I think earlier, in regards to the defects on the car as it was coming through, how many were there?
8 defects.
And how many muzzle flashes did you observe on the video?
2.
How do you have to see 2, but then you have 8 shots?
Yes, so as Secoriea Turner's vehicle is passing suspect number 1, he is firing. That angle is not visible from the camera because it is hidden by the vehicle. As the vehicle passes, he continues to fire. That's when we're able to see the muzzle flashes. And that is consistent and corroborates the physical evidence we have, which is the defects that are on the vehicle.
Standing at the time of the fire?
And suspect number 1 is going to initially be standing behind this piece of wood here, and then he comes out as the vehicle's passing and fires as the vehicle's driving by.
Are you able to see suspect number 1 and what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, here.
Who's at the front?
Here?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's kind of blurry.
Okay.
Yeah. Where do we see those muzzle shots come from? Do we need to back up and try to pause?
Yeah, if you want to, can you back it up? Here.
Okay. And if you could circle that first. Is it fair to say that the first set of barricades are kind of behind them?
Correct.
And what would the second set of barricades be?
It was about 20 to 30 yards further up.
And if you could, circle, where were the shell casings that you recovered, the 5.56 shell casings in particular?
They're going to be along this area here.
Now, the defense showed you several people that were in red. The first one that they showed you, was that a male or female?
It looks to be a male, very tall.
Do you see that individual that the defense showed you?
Yes. Here.
Can you tell if that's a male or female?
No, I can't tell, but it's a very large individual, about 100 pounds more than suspect number one.
Has the shots that bring into that car and killed Secoriea already occurred?
Yes.
Do you see any muzzle flashes coming from the area where that person is standing?
No.
Pause. Where are the second individuals that defense pointed out to you?
This appears to be a very tall male with red shorts on.
Once again, any muzzle flashes coming from that where that individual is?
No.
You can kind of erase all that. And I think she showed you the third group of people with red on.
I believe she was referring to this small individual here.
Based on their stature, does that appear to be an adult or a child?
It appears to be consistent with a child.
As the Jeep is passing through that second set of barricades, what would have been in Charmaine and Omar's line sight?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
As that Jeep passes through that second set of barricades, can you describe the last set of people that they would pass?
It's going to be this individual here that seems to be ducking for cover behind the barricade.
Did you see any muzzle shots come from that area where that individual is?
No.
And I believe they asked you about the trajectory.
Yes.
Right to left, left to right from the enemy's report.
Correct.
Is that in regards to what was going on outside the car or what's going on inside Secoria's body?
Inside Secoria's body.
Can two things be true at once?
Yes.
Can there have been men dressed in all black with weapons, possibly firing, and your suspect number one firing as well into that Jeep?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right.